Cultfigga TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. We got a World War III update. It don't look good for Israel. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Salute. Revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I got some revolutionary dinner for y'all. Trump done embarrassed himself. Iran is stronger than ever. Hold on, let me turn this down. Iran is stronger than ever. Israel is ready to give up, and there's nothing they can do about it. Let's get into the content.
In a brazen act of defiance, Iran unleashed a storm of missiles on the Zionist regime's cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv, striking back mere hours after the so-called US, under Trump's reckless command, battered what Iran insists are its peaceful nuclear facilities. The occupiers' propaganda machine claims minimal damage.
We're all wondering what U.S. base would Iran destroy after Trump's foolish attack on Iran, which it was foolish because they did not destroy anything. That's a fact. The whole world is laughing at him. And then I seen somebody in the Middle East, they had made a post and they say, Iran should just keep destroying the biggest U.S. base in the Middle East, and that's Israel. And that's definitely what they should do. Finish Israel.
But the truth seeping through unverified social media footage paints a different picture. Shattered buildings, raging fires, and widespread panic as settlers fled in droves across occupied Palestine. Iran's army proudly declared they used the Khaybar-Shekan missile, a weapon that reportedly slipped through the Zionists' overhyped air defenses, which failed to sound a single siren in Haifa or Tel Aviv before the missiles rained down. This silence speaks volumes about the fragility of the regime's so-called Iron Dome, long touted as invincible but now exposed as a hollow shield. The assault didn't come out of nowhere. It followed a cowardly US-backed escalation, with whispers suggesting American jets hit Iran's Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan sites early today. Iran, refusing to cower, struck back with precision, targeting what it calls the regime's terrorist infrastructure.
And Dmitry Medvedev, the head of Russia's Security Council, he's the only person who's been president in the last 20-something years besides Putin. He's Putin's underboss. Salute, family. Came out today and said that there's plenty of countries willing to give, and I said give Iran nuclear weapons. I told y'all North Korea is already talking about giving them to them, but he didn't name the plenty. It's only 3. But it is 4 because it could be China, could be Pakistan, could be North Korea or Russia. But they came out and said that they see Trump is playing a dangerous game. I tell you, you won't be getting away with nothing. Salute, big bro. I told y'all that. He playing a dangerous game, and there's people ready to finish him off. But they said today they did not destroy the Iranian nuclear potential. They have removed the nuclear enrichment material. But the Russian head of the Security Council said even if they had destroyed it, even if you destroy all of Iran's nuclear potential, it is countries ready to give them nuclear weapons to finish the job. You're not getting away with anything, NATO and the U.S. That's the point.
Haifa's Bazan oil refinery, a key cog in the occupiers' economic machine, was left in flames, with 3 workers killed and the facility shuttered. Tel Aviv, the heart of the settlers' stolen prosperity, saw apartment blocks and high-rises reduced to rubble, with at least 14 deaths reported across the occupied territories. Social media clips, though unverified, show the chaos, charred concrete, twisted steel, and rescue teams scrambling as the regime's veneer of control crumbled. What's chilling is the claim that no sirens wailed before the strikes. If true, it's a damning indictment of the Zionists' defense systems, which have soaked up.
Yeah, they got caught slipping too. The sirens didn't go off, so people were still in their bed. They didn't get a chance to go run into their rat hole and hide out underground. You know, RIP to the innocent people. You know, but they can blame Netanyahu and Trump for this. Trump Didn't he warn Iran not to do this last night, or it was going to be big consequences? Because he can hit you harder than he hit you the day before. Oh, yeah? Well, Israel is paying
billions
for it.
in U.S. aid, yet failed to warn settlers of impending doom. Iran's K-bar missile, named after a historic Muslim victory, isn't new. It was used in October 2024 to hit Zionist military bases, but its apparent ability to bypass defenses suggests Iran's growing edge in this shadow war. The occupiers' own reports admit some missiles evaded interception, hitting residential areas and infrastructure, though they downplay the scale. Posts from June 22nd scream of catastrophic failure, with one alleging a direct hit on an air defense system in Tel Aviv's residential neighborhoods. Then there's the wild rumor of a secret Zionist nuclear facility being obliterated. Iran's state media and a few ex-users floated this. The regime's nuclear arsenal, an open secret it refuses to acknowledge, has long been a target for speculation. Strikes near Tel Nof Air Base in October 2024 fueled similar talk, but the lack of radiation leaks or global outcry makes this latest claim smell like propaganda for now. Still, the mere suggestion of such a hit sends shivers through the occupiers' ranks, exposing their vulnerability despite decades of US-funded military dominance.
Nobody can surrender and it all stops. There will be no peace negotiation. There will be no peace settlement. There will be no peace arrangements with Iran until it's a Palestinian state. So if they thought they would get some type of peace treaty, what? Boy, you got to surrender. But the leader of the Iranian military told all settlers to flee Israel immediately to save their lives. You see, they're giving them a chance. They don't want to hurt innocent people. But anybody who stay, then you are an enemy combatant, man. The people told you get out of there, man. Flee. Go back to Europe. That's what they're saying. You know, or this happened.
While these footages cannot be independently verified, they offer a glimpse into the devastating capabilities of missiles like the K-bar and the immense damage their warheads can inflict on Iran's adversaries. The destruction witnessed so far has reportedly forced the wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu to rethink his entire strategy. At this point, he finds himself trapped in a political and military quagmire with no clear path out of the escalating crisis with Iran. His initial objectives for the war now appear increasingly unattainable, especially as warmonger Donald Trump has backtracked on his campaign promises not to initiate new wars. The Khyber missile, also known as the Khorramshahr-4, is far more than just another addition to Iran's missile inventory. It is a bold strategic message. Designed by Iran's Ministry of Defense, this advanced missile represents a major breakthrough in Tehran's long-range strike capabilities. With a reported range of up to 2,000 kilometers and the ability to carry a warhead weighing around 1,500 kilograms, the K-bar brings vast portions of the Middle East, including American bases and Israeli territory, within striking distance. But its strength isn't only in its reach. What truly sets the K-bar apart is its use of advanced guidance systems and maneuverability during the mid-course phase of flight, a phase in which many traditional ballistic missiles simply follow a predictable arc. By altering its trajectory mid-flight, the K-bar becomes a nightmare for enemy missile defense systems, especially ones like Israel's Arrow or the American Patriot batteries stationed across the Gulf. Iran has long been refining its missile technology under the pressure of sanctions and isolation, and the K-bar represents the fruit of that defiance. Unlike many conventional missiles that rely on detachable warheads, the K-bar's warhead remains integrated with its fuel tank, effectively making it more resistant to detection and interception. This integration not only increases the speed of the missile by reducing weight, but also ensures a faster and more stable impact with a much larger payload. Iranian engineers have managed to refine the missile's liquid fuel system, significantly reducing launch preparation time, a crucial advantage in any surprise response scenario. For context, older models took hours to prepare. The K-bar, by contrast, can be launched in minutes, making it a first-strike weapon in any high-stakes conflict. What also makes the K-bar missile remarkable is its symbolism. The name K-bar is derived from a historic battle fought by early Muslims in the 7th century, signifying resistance against superior enemy forces. The missile's naming is not accidental. It reflects Iran's messaging that it views its weapons development not as an act of aggression, but as a form of historical and ideological resilience. In a region plagued by asymmetry, where Western powers and their allies enjoy air superiority and advanced warfare platforms, Iran's ballistic missile program levels the playing field. When a missile like the K-bar is paraded or test-fired, it's not just a demonstration of hardware, it's a declaration of strategic depth and independence.
Retaliation. So the amount of damage is not relevant at all. They have waged war. They've carried out war. They're just like Netanyahu. My understanding is, well, since it's too early, I don't want to go into details because there may be some things, there's some information missing, so I need more time to figure out everything. But in any case, for the Iranians, the issue that is important is that the war against the Israeli regime will continue. Iran will continue to punish the regime. We saw this morning, the Iranians carried out heavy missile strikes. And 24 hours a day, the Iranians are carrying out drone strikes, and many of those drones are hitting their targets. And they're also emptying air defenses. The Iranians are not going to halt their nuclear enrichment program under any circumstances. In addition to that, I can say that Iran, although they haven't decided, but we are moving closer to Iran leaving the NPT. So if only to protect Iran's assets, Iran should from now on rethink its cooperation with NPT so that the United States and others would not know what Iran is doing, so that they cannot kill people or destroy assets. Again, even though what the United States did today was not of great significance, in the sense that there wasn't much damage, there wasn't extensive damage, but they carried out an act of war. And that is what's important to the Iranians. So it will have global consequences because the UN Charter no longer has any value. It will have military consequences because Iran will retaliate, and it will have
can't win. They can't win.
Consequences for the International Atomic Energy Agency, because in future Iran is going to think differently about how it cooperates and what sort of information, if any, should be given to bodies that are controlled by the United States. As I'm sure you know, the International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors is a political body. It's not a technical body. And I did a DeepSeek search, and 17 of the members, DeepSeek isn't always right, neither are any of the other AI apps, but 17 of the 35 member states are European and North American. And then Korea and Japan are also permanent members. That gives the West a very clear majority on all issues. And so when the IAEA is used as a tool for Western domination and Western hegemony and to justify aggression, then I think there are going to be serious discussions in Tehran about our future relationship with this body. So what the United States has done is going to have major consequences.
Yeah, I would like to push back on the idea that the UN Charter has been thrown out, but it's a bit difficult. Again, this is for the US and the Europeans who spoke for the past 3 years about unprovoked aggression in Ukraine. This is an actual unprovoked aggression, and I've seen so far this morning the responses coming from Kaja Kallas, the EU foreign policy chief, and Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, was, Iran is not allowed to have a nuclear weapon, which is a very, which at least I interpret as a statement of support. But this is the only thing they have to lean into, it seems. That is, well, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, and Israel has a right to defend itself. It's such a strange argument to make when their own intelligence services recognize there is no nuclear weapons program, and it was a surprise attack. I mean, this is, beyond what's being done to Iran and the non-proliferation treaty, I don't think people appreciate necessarily what's being done to international law. This you can't really go back to what it was anymore. But you did mention Iran might pull out of the non-proliferation treaty as a consequence. Would this be simply as seeing as a way of not wanting the inspections, given that the IAEA hands over information, or would it be perhaps also to develop a nuclear weapons as a deterrent against future attacks?
I can't speak on behalf of the government, but I think that without a doubt, the questions that are being raised in Iran is that the IAEA, which acts as an agent for the West, obtains information and passes it on to Iran's adversaries so that they can bomb the country. And then, as you pointed out, Western leaders and politicians and officials justify it and say Israel has the right to defend itself. So the Israelis can slaughter people, destroy countries, carry out war, and it's all self-defense. Anything that the Israeli regime does, whether it's massacring children, as we saw this morning, there was another major massacre, it's all self-defense. The Europeans, Americans have created this dystopian world where words mean nothing anymore. They just play with words, and the meaning of words is what they choose for them to mean at that particular moment.
Footage shows the moment of the launch of ballistic missiles for the 20th wave of Operation True Promise 3, that firing for the first time towards Israel this morning Sunday, hours after the U.S. aggression on Iran, which carried out a brutal bombing of Fordow and Natanz nuclear sites last night. IRGC published footage of their actions by using Kyber missile with a combination of solid and liquid fuel containing an explosive charge of more than 2,000 kilograms and distinguished by its great ability to maneuver and hit targets with extreme accuracy against the occupied territories. About 20 to 30 of the ballistic missiles fell, hitting Tel Aviv and Haifa. The world should not forget that Trump launched an attack on Iranian nuclear sites during the negotiations, indicating that they were also involved in planning the Zionist regime's initial attack on Iran. We will use all our capabilities to defend ourselves, and it is unreasonable to demand that Iran return to the path of diplomacy, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araqi stressed. Thus, today Israel awaits its great destruction, which will occur in the central and northern regions following Trump's actions. Despite the U.S. provocations, dozens of advanced Iranian missiles appeared in Palestinian airspace, visible from Nablus in the West Bank, to reach their targets, penetrating and seemingly without the enemy's air defense shield. IRGC announced that Iranian targets this time were the destruction of the Biological Weapons Center, Ben Gurion Airport, and various layers of command and control center belonging to the Israeli military. The footage showed the precise destruction of an important target, causing severe damage to the biological and non-traditional weapons center south of Rishon LeZion in Nes Ziona, 20 kilometers from Tel Aviv. This site is one of the most sensitive facilities and highly secret, involved in the development of biological and chemical weapons, along with advanced military research, operating directly under the Zionist regime control of Prime Minister, completely destroyed in rubble. Now, Iran touched this location with a blow, showing the dominance of the intelligence and operational capabilities of the Iranian armed forces in missile operations including drones. According to initial reports, another impact was also visually seen around Israeli Sorek nuclear center, but further information is still pending. More aerial footage shows the extent of the damage and destruction that has hit Israel after something big landed with multiple explosions in Tel Aviv. Trump said last night, "Israel is safer now." However, as Israeli settlers wake up to a cup of coffee, they see the site of significant destruction in Tel Aviv. Dual citizen Israeli settlers, who had previously enjoyed the site online in Gaza Strip, now experience it in their own place. A new reality that they never expected, the shockwave from the Iranian missile turned several other surrounding buildings into piles of concrete. So far, it is difficult to get a detailed report on the target and the damage, because of the many visual documents which show widespread destruction in various parts of Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, Israeli army is investigating why the air raid sirens in Haifa did not sound during the arrival of Iranian missile. The unprecedented sites in Haifa, in the north of the country, also show widespread destruction following Trump's bombing of Iran to secure Israeli safety. One of the impact sites, a building belonging to the Haifa port, was destroyed, and Israeli economy is in ruins.
People told they were safe, man. Some of them didn't make it. The sunrise behind those guys.
Who could have seen this coming? Pretty much everyone who's been paying attention. The president launching 3 strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. Details piling in now that most of them were empty, perhaps. Anyway, didn't stop the president from taking to the airwaves to say it was a spectacular success. Watch this.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
So we've been digesting all of this. Benjamin Netanyahu coming out praising this strike, this attack. Neocons and warhawks all over media over the past number of hours,
the material
saying this is absolutely spectacular, that in many ways President Trump is like Ronald Reagan. This is a Thatcher-Reagan moment.
And what Donald Trump just did is not only historic, but they've just protected the entire earth. Donald Trump just prevented World War III by using the United States military to stop it.
What does Russia do in all of this? Who President Putin issued a warning. Don't even think about regime change. Sending nuclear scientists as well as Russian officials to these different nuclear sites. Were they killed in any of these attacks? To analyze all of this, we want to bring in former UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter, who knows more about this than just about anybody. Scott, good to see you. Now that you've had a number of hours to digest this craziness, where do we stand with where do we stand with, first of all, the assessment of these attacks? What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, all I could think of in as the information came in. Do you remember that old Wendy's commercial from the 1980s maybe, or 1990s? The old lady, "Where's the beef? Where's the beef?" Old ladies.
Yeah.
And that's all I could. I'm going, wait a minute, Mr. President. You took the most sophisticated strike package available to the United States military, and you flew American troops into harm's way to bomb two facilities that were already bombed twice by the Israelis, and anything of value that could be salvaged would have been removed. And to bomb another facility that the Iranians have been led to believe you were going to bomb for 9 days now. So therefore, there was nothing in there. Why did you bomb 3 empty facilities, Mr. President? Why? And that's the question everybody. This is a grand act of theater. This is the theater of the absurd. Let's take a look at the Iranian program. You remember Tulsi Gabbard recently got in some hot water with the internet, social media, because, you know, she had testified before Congress back in March that the Iranian government continued not to be pursuing a nuclear weapons program, and no decision had been made to cross that threshold. She also said that we're very concerned, we being the United States, very concerned about the accumulation of capabilities and rhetoric inside Iran that suggested the fatwa could be reversed, prohibiting nuclear weapons. People tend to forget that aspect of her speech when they condemned her, when she came out and said the president's contention that Iran, could have a nuclear weapon is a valid contention. It is. I wrote an article back in October of last year that said the exact same thing. This has been known, but what we do know is the Iranians have been bending over backwards to eliminate that concern. On the eve of Israel's Pearl Harbor type strike, the Iranians were saying, we're ready to sign a treaty rather than have you rely upon a fatwa, an internal religious political statement. We're willing to sign a binding international treaty that we will not be pursuing nuclear weapons. We're willing to enter a binding agreement that limits our enrichment to 3.75%, on and on and on. But the things that Tulsi was concerned about, and the president claimed to be concerned about, the 60% enriched uranium, we didn't blow that up. That's been secured and removed to different sites that we don't know where it's at. You know, that uranium conversion plant that we blew up in Isfahan, that had been evacuated of all of its critical infrastructure prior to the destruction too. Firdos, home to the IR-6 and IR-8 advanced centrifuges for enrichment capacity, that was evacuated. Iran's been producing advanced centrifuges, IR-6, IR-8, without the international community knowing how many they've produced for some months now, which means all around Iran, there are underground facilities we don't know anything about that have these centrifuges in there. So for the president to come out and say, I have destroyed Iran's capabilities, is the biggest lie in the world. He bombed 3 empty facilities. And what the Iranians are saying about Fordo is true. We just dented it. We didn't break it. We didn't penetrate it. We didn't destroy it massively. It's still there intact. We damaged the entrance.
Saying people could see it for themselves. That's crazy. And he done exposed U.S. military power. You posted. He better come back and say he didn't use the big bombs, because if he keeps saying that, then it's going to prove, well, your big bombs don't work on the fortified Fordo nuclear facility.
Damaged one of the exits. There's 5 exits, by the way, so it's not as though the facility shut down. This is theater. And then you have to ask your question, why did the president undertake such a dramatic action? According to CNN, the United States has communicated to Iran that this is a limited action, and there will be no additional strikes. Now, the president said that if Iran doesn't surrender and all that, there will be more strikes, and they'll be greater, and they'll be easier, and all that kind of stuff. But the bottom line is, this strike appears to have been designed so the United States could save face. It's a big nothing burger. Where's the beef?
So save face for who? Because if Iran knows that this was a big nothing burger, who are we saving face from? The Israelis? I mean, so Iran's sitting there. They know the truth.
Trump. This is about saving. First of all, when we speak of Donald Trump, we can only think about one thing: Donald Trump. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about American security. He doesn't care about Israel. He doesn't care about any of that. He only cares about Donald Trump. This is a man who has been running around. I mean, first of all, he got himself in hot water by using the royal we when he talked about Israel's attack against Iran, thereby directly implicating himself and this country. He then made some outlandish statements about unconditional surrender, the potential of regime change, which immediately, drew the rebuke of Russia. Don't even think about regime change. And the Iranians saying, bring it on. We're not worried about you. And so basically Iran was ignoring him. He was demanding that Iran roll over and pee on itself and agree to 0% enrichment and all this. And Iran just said pound sand, and they kept hitting Israel. And so Trump needed a way out of this. This was a humiliation for Donald Trump. So this strike is Donald Trump's defining moment, his moment of glory, his greatest military victory in the history of military victories, according to him. But it was a nothing burger. Where's the beef? Didn't destroy anything.
It's a great point. Now, what about the rest of where do things stand, do you believe, with their nuclear enrichment? I mean, it seems like from Tulsi Gabbard's comments, the IAEA, even Russia's own Vladimir Putin yesterday or 2 days ago, sending a message saying, I've told Israel repeatedly that Iran has no nuclear weapons and they have no intentions of creating nuclear weapons. So I guess I'm just so confused. I don't understand. What are we bombing then? What are we trying to bomb? If there are no nuclear weapons and they don't intend to do that, what are we doing? And what's left?
Well, the Israeli exercise was always an exercise in regime change, using the nuclear program as an excuse. The United States, less so. We were there. I mean, the plan that Trump bought in on and he signed off on, that Israel executed, was a regime change plan. Decapitation of critical leadership, shock and awe, and demoralizing by striking nuclear targets and compelling the Iranians to confront the fact that they had lost, that their gamble had. Netanyahu spoke about this often. He said, I will use the Nasrallah against Iran. They tried to kill Ali Khamenei. They failed, but they killed a lot of other people. The Nasrallah model is leadership decapitation followed by sustained targeting of follow-on leadership to the point where the people lose confidence in the leadership and the system collapses. That's what he wanted to have happen. Trump bought into it, and it failed. Within 24 hours, Israel's getting the snot pounded out of it by Iranian missiles, and they haven't stopped getting the snot pounded out of them ever since. Right now, there's a real concern that Israel is indefensible in a couple of days. They run out of interceptor missiles, and if Iran doesn't run out of missiles, then Iran achieves a strategic victory. So why did they do this? Trump wants to back out of this, I believe. I think he needed to get disengaged from this. So he did this action, and this now gives him the ability to say, all right, the nuclear program is destroyed, even though it's not. I'll touch that in a minute. And therefore, it's incumbent upon Israel and Iran to resolve their issues. But I don't have a say in this anymore, because my concern was this nuclear program, which my magnificent bombers, dropping the biggest bombs in the world with the most destructive potential, have completely demolished. And Iran came out and said, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything, which means that the impetus on Iran, the pressure on Iran to retaliate, has been, it's not there. Not a single regional base was used in support of this attack. Not a single American military resource in the Middle East was used in support of this attack. Everything that was used to support this attack were assets controlled by Strategic Command or Pacific Command. Central Command had no role in this attack whatsoever, which means there's deniability, which means it's difficult for the Iranians to speak of retaliation. If the Iranians retaliated, then they're the ones escalating and creating, the problems. This is a chance for Iran to walk away from from the concept of having to retaliate against the United States.
Where do you see the escalation ladder going from here? So if Iran sits back, does not touch American bases, but continues to bomb the hell out of Israel, if you watch Fox News, if you watch any of the legacy media, they're telling us that most of their ballistic missiles are now destroyed. Their ability to attack Israel is vastly incapacitated. Israel is just days away from virtually ending this thing, and that Iran is basically, inept at this point, and cannot hit Israel. So what's your assessment? Is that a total lie?
I don't know. What have you seen, Clayton? I mean, because I've seen sensitive intelligence facilities struck with great precision. I've seen Iran move away from firing mass attacks using 20-year-old missiles, in order to exhaust Israeli missile defense capabilities, to shifting to more focused attacks using modern missiles that penetrate the missile defense shield at will and strike the most sensitive targets in Israel. They did it today. They're going to do it tomorrow. They're going to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They're going to continue to do it because Iran has a tremendous amount of missiles and missile launchers. Iran has been preparing for this very conflict for 20 years. For 20 years, they've been preparing for this. And it appears that their strategy is working. Fox News can spin it any way they want to. The Israelis can spin it any way they want to. But it's very difficult to accept the spin when they say, "Oh, the Iranians have run out of missiles." Boom! Oh, well, there went the Unit 8200 computer processing center in Beersheba. Gosh, I guess they didn't run out of that missile. The bottom line is the Iranians have thousands of missiles left. They have hundreds of launchers. They have dispersed this capability all around the country. There is no single place that can be hit to bring this to an end, and it will never end for Israel.
I guess, where do you think things over the next 48 hours, Scott, where, as we head into Monday and Tuesday of this week, what do you think we're going to see?
I think we're going to see Donald Trump continuing to talk about the decisive action that he took and how important it is. I think we'll see Iran continuing to say how much of a nothing burger this was, and that there's no need for anything other than continuing the strike. Israel will continue to receive, incoming missiles, and Russia and China will do their best to condemn the United States in the international arena. And I see that playing out for, at least a week. And then the United States is going to have to make a decision. Do they put pressure on Israel to bring this thing to an end, or do they seek to escalate? My only concern with Iranian non-action is that the United States will believe that Iran, therefore, is bluffing when it comes to retaliating against an American attack. So the Iranians might have to do something in terms of a demonstration retaliation. But this is what's so dangerous about this, because once you begin tit for tat retaliations, it could spin out of control, especially when you have a narcissist at the helm of the United States military, which is what Donald Trump is, and he's advised by sheer idiots. So we'll see how this plays out. But had the United States bombed meaningful targets, had they done meaningful damage, we'd probably be seeing American bases burning right now in the region. And then we'd be looking at some very difficult times. I mean, we may not even be able to have internet connectivity in the aftermath of something like that, given the fact that, we'll have a global energy crisis that'll hit us here at home as well. So the fact that we have this internet connectivity, that we both have functioning power, and that we can go to the gas station tomorrow and get gas, and that diesel will be available for trucks to deliver the goods to the stores that we rely upon for our life, is a good thing. And that's because Donald Trump bombed 3 empty facilities and did no meaningful damage, and provided the Iranians the opportunity just to walk away.
Well said. Scott, as always, great to see you. Thank you for your analysis on this.
Thanks for having me.
So that's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is tied directly in everything we just talked about, and an acutely important topic.
Oh, Queen.
Make war. That's exactly what's been going on, not for the last 2 weeks, not for the last 2 months, but very much longer than that. It was always the plan that the United States empire, under whichever president, would try to destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran. They tried every which way. They tried sanctions, murderous sanctions, beyond all precedent. But that did not work. They tried terrorism. They tried assassinating nuclear scientists. They tried the sneak attack 2 weeks ago, and they've been lying ever since. Deception was the order of the day, or as Secretary Hegseth said, misdirection. Misdirection is deception. Deception is what Mike Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, told you from his own mouth that he had been doing as the head of the CIA. We lied and we lied and we lied, he said. Any fool who sits down with any emissary of the United States of America now and expects that they are not being deceived, not being lied to, is, well, frankly, an idiot. And that goes for the Russian government in Ukraine. It definitely goes for the Chinese government over any bilateral conflicts between the USA and China. It went for the Iranians, and it goes for the Palestinians in Gaza too. They are one. As Trump told you, actually rather eloquently, when he thanked Netanyahu, before thanking the American service personnel involved in last night's operation, as it happens. He thanked Netanyahu. He described them as a team like has never been seen before, he said, with his typical hyperbole. Everything's lovelier, biglier, and ever more beautiful, according to Donald Trump. But he was not lying when he said that he and Netanyahu were a team. And this leads me to a point that I have to make, though there are many who disagree with me. The truth is that Israel and America are one. They are one country. The truth was given to you by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. when he described Israel in his presidential run as being an aircraft carrier for the United States in the Mediterranean. That is precisely why Israel was founded, virtue of the Balfour Declaration in 1917, which one of Balfour's cabinet described as being a loyal little British Ulster in the heart of the Arab world. It's no longer a British Ulster, but it is definitely an American one. Its purpose there is to be an aircraft carrier. Its purpose there is to sow division in the East and to help state capture the politics of Western countries. But they are not separate things. They are not separate entities. And the tail doesn't wag the dog. This simple matter of canine biology is beyond a lot of people. I've spent the day arguing about it on Twitter. Tails can't wag dogs. Dogs wag tails. The truth is that the Israelis are a very useful aircraft carrier indeed, well worth the 3 to 5 billion a year in ordinary years that the American taxpayer spends on them. I don't know the cost of a fleet of aircraft carriers, but it would be much, much more than they ordinarily give Israel. And sure, they've given a whole ton of money more than normal years over the last 20 months, almost 21 months, but that was for America's purposes, not for Israel's. I had people arguing to me today that the Mossad infiltrated the Pentagon in 2002. Others argued that the Israelis infiltrated the entire system of United States government in 2002. But that presupposes that the Pentagon was the Salvation Army before 2002. It presupposes that the CIA and the Mossad are two separate, different things. It presupposes that the United States empire prior to 2002 was any force for good or liberty in the world. I've got a queue of names I can give you. 80 countries long, 80 countries long that the United States has invaded since the end of World War II. Invaded or subverted by way of proxy armies, or assisted in the terrorist overthrow, mass murder, assassination, and other means to alter the course of the trajectory of those countries struggling to be free. So Israel can't be blamed for those, you see. It's not Israel that overthrew President Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973. It's not Israel that murdered millions of people in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos in the 1960s and 70s. It wasn't Israel that launched the Korean War. The United States has been a malignant empire since the end of the Second World War. And I could go back. There are only actually 6 years, in the hundreds of years since the American Declaration of Independence in 1776, that America has not been involved in a foreign war. Just 6 years. And prior to the Declaration of Independence, they were shackling millions of slaves to the plow in their plantations. Black slaves, African slaves, and prior to that, and alongside that, they were murdering and dispossessing scores of millions of indigenous Americans. None of that is the fault of the Jews. You see, this is the problem with the false dichotomy that Israel has captured the United States and forced its leaders to do their bidding. You go looking for Jews. It presupposes that if there was no Israel, America would be behaving like a charitable St. Francis of Assisi. They would not. They were not. They will never be. America behaves like it is because it is a dominant empire. All dominant empires, including the British, the Roman, the Greek, all dominant empires behave in that way. And they accrue to themselves indispensable parts of other people's territory that they use as mercenaries. And that's what Netanyahu is. He's the American state's mercenary. And he has led to a situation where the unsafest place to be a Jew in the world is Israel. No one's going to argue that point, are they? The unsafest time since the Holocaust to be a Jew is now, as a result of Netanyahu's false claim to be acting on the behalf of the Jewish people. Now let's turn to last night's events. According to Channel 13 on Israeli television, the Iranian nuclear program cannot be destroyed by bombs. The IAEA, though they were very quick off the mark, maybe they had people there, declared that there was no trace of nuclear material, emissions, or radiation in the air at the site of last night's bombing. That either means there was no radioactive material there in the first place, or it means it's still extant under the ground and not damaged by the American bombing. What does all that mean? It means that this war will shortly be revealed for what, in fact, it is. It will be revealed as a regime change war. Nuclear was never the issue. Iran signed a nuclear deal with Obama, and it was working perfectly well, according to the IAEA. Iran did not breach one jot or tittle of the commitments that it made in the nuclear deal with the JCPOA. It was Trump that ripped up the nuclear deal. It was Trump that walked away from the negotiating table. It was Trump's ally, mercenary, Israel, which started murdering Iranian nuclear scientists and their families. And at every turn, Iran increased, by way of punishment, the percentage of fissile material that it was enriching. Now, who can blame them? I blame them for not making a nuclear bomb. I exhorted them over and over again to make a nuclear bomb whilst they could. I said to them that nobody will ever attack Pyongyang, but they will attack you precisely because you don't have nuclear weapons. If the nuclear material has not been destroyed, they'll have to attack again, won't they? Or what was the $315 million that was expended last night spent for? What has all this been about if it does not destroy the nuclear material? Of course, what Israeli Channel 13 means is that the only way that you can destroy Iran's nuclear industry is by person, boots on the ground. And that is only possible if you have regime change. They've even appointed the new head of state, that fella in Los Angeles, who's never been in Iran since he was a child. He's the new head of state. And just to throw some sand in the face, there's going to be a Sunni Muslim prime minister. They've got the terrorist group, MK. They've got the renter mob, Kurdish factions, ready to march on Tehran, but they cannot muster the 1 million strong army that they would require to occupy a country as vast as Iran and destroy a regime with millions, tens of millions of supporters. I get Western liberals on my case saying that people hate the Iranian regime and are only too ready to rise up against it. I wonder if they've ever met an Iranian. I don't mean an Iranian in exile in the West. I don't even mean an Iranian who speaks English and happens to be hanging around a hotel lobby to speak to the journos in the fancy hotels in downtown Tehran. I'm talking about the real Iran, where the real Iranians live. The rural Iran, the religious Iran, the patriotic Iran, who will never agree to allow a 1 million strong army, even if one could be conjured up. And from where could it be conjured up? You think the American people are going to allow Vietnam levels of conscription to go and occupy Iran and welcome the coffins coming back to Arlington day after day? You think the British people are going to do so. The French, nobody is going to do so. So all they can do is whistle. And that's where I turn to the Iranians. And I hope that they hear me. Don't do anything stupid now. Don't go attacking American bases, which are empty in any case. Don't go killing Americans. That's what they want you to do. Concentrate on what you're doing now. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Enrich your uranium, weaponize it with assistance from friendly countries, so that as an ultimate defense, you have a viable and deliverable nuclear weapon. And concentrate on what you're doing now so dazzlingly effectively, which is reducing the genocidal regime of Israel, of Netanyahu. Reduce it to a palsy. Stop their killing of the Palestinian people in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Jerusalem. Stop their killing of the people in South Lebanon. Stop their killing of the people in Syria. An ISIS terrorist backed by Israel just went into a church in Syria, in Damascus, and massacred 10 people, maimed dozens of people, destroyed the altar and the church. A suicide bomber from ISIS in Damascus. Mar Elias Church is the name. I've been in it. They're murdering people throughout the region. Concentrate on reducing them. Trump will find it more difficult then to get involved further, deeper into this maw, into what is potentially, of course, World War III. Spend the next weeks, months reinforcing not just the concrete, but reinforcing your alliances. I was astounded when I heard from President Putin in St. Petersburg that Russia offered air defenses to Iran and Iran tied them down, turned them down, didn't want them. How foolish that decision now looks. And the reason, presumably, from the reformist president, presumably, was that they did not want to be seen to be putting all their eggs in the Russian basket, because that would send the signal to the Americans that Iran was lost to them forever. Rebuild your alliances. Complete the railroads. Complete the Belt and Road. Weld yourself to the people who actually care about you, and forget about those people who care only about keeping you in servitude. And here is my last point on that. Scorpions sting because they're scorpions. Empires behave like this because they are empires. It's a big job defeating an empire. It can only be done together, only in very exceptional circumstances, like Vietnam. Will anyone be able to defeat the empire on their own, although the Vietnamese people had enormous logistical support and weaponry from the then Soviet Union and from China, and had borders with both of them? It's a difficult job defeating the United States. It has to be done strategically and probably slowly. It will not happen overnight. It's a marathon. When you're running a marathon, you have to pace yourself. And that's my message to them. My message, finally, to the people who were fooled by Donald Trump. People who were fooled into believing that J.D. Vance was having a big fight with Israel in the week, was pushing back, as the current lingo goes. You were all fooled, deceived. Now that Trump's in power, he he's behaving in the way that an emperor does. He's a vulgar emperor, an ugly emperor. And that helps us to expose the nature of the empire he leads. We've got big guests coming up. Our first guest is retired U.S. Army colonel, author, and defense and foreign policy consultant, Colonel Douglas McGregor. Colonel, if they'd consulted you before last night, what would your advice have been to them?
Well, it wouldn't have been a strike, and we would not now be at war with Iran. And I think the most important thing for your audience to understand is something that most Americans don't understand, George. The United States is now at war with Iran as Israel's critical and ultimately only real ally. It's very important to understand that, because this is something that Israel, its lobby, and ultimately its agents in the United States have tried to bring on for 30 years. They've now achieved it, which explains why Mr. Netanyahu last night was almost giddy in his response. He knows that he's finally got what he wants, because this war is going to expand. It's going to take time. How long is anyone's guess that it could have terrible consequences? So I think there was a failure at the policy-making level to understand what they were doing. And if you listen to Trump, this is not a man who wants the war. And so instead of a strike going in, even though this had been rehearsed for innumerable times over many years, even though they'd rehearsed it and practiced it, what they ultimately did was harm nothing and accomplish nothing. They hit the equivalent of empty buildings, empty targets. And then after doing so, he announced that he was now ready for peace, which is the ultimate expression of self-delusion. He now has a full-blown war on his hands. But until the Americans are hurt in some demonstrable way, most Americans will not understand this, and they don't understand it, George.
That's a big mystery. Of course, as I said in my monologue,
they might try to pull a false flag on July 4th. So everybody got to be very weary on July 4th. The small hats might try something in America and blame it on Iran or Hezbollah.
The IAEA say there's no radioactive material in the atmosphere. There's no sign of emission. And so either there was no material there in the first place, or it did not succeed in getting anywhere near it. And the Israelis are beginning to say that now. Channel 13 this evening said that you cannot destroy Iran's nuclear program by bombs, in which case, why go to war with them?
Well, I tend to agree with you, but there are two things that are now very clear. Number one is that Iran is going to double down on its war with Israel. In fact, within the next 2 weeks, I'd be surprised if Israel is not entirely destroyed. Secondly, Iran is receiving and will continue to receive enormous amounts of aid and support, particularly from Russia and China. Three, the Iranians have now collectively decided to close the Straits of Hormuz. There are 50 oil tankers sitting in the Gulf, packed.
We're gonna look at that. They have strategically closed the Strait of Hormuz,
or filled with oil, ready to transport through the Straits of Hormuz. They're not going to move. They're going to sit there. They are now hostage to the closed straits. What are we in the United States going to do about that? Well, frankly, we don't draw on the oil from the Gulf for the most part. It's not going to make much difference to us, at least in the short run. But this is going to have a terrible impact on the rest of the world. There has been no thinking, once again, about the long-term strategic consequences. There was no thinking about, is this the right way to achieve the aim? Because if you're an Iranian right now, you're going to do everything in your power to build a nuclear weapon. In fact, I would argue that there will be countries all over the world that will now build nuclear weapons because they don't want to be visited by the United States Armed Forces in the middle of the night. We are the threat. We are the rogue state supporting the other rogue state, Israel. And then finally, no mention is being made in this country in any way, shape, or form of what's happening in Gaza. There's a complete failure to understand that Gaza is the catalyst for the larger war that's now going to begin against Israel. Every Muslim country is going to come on board against Israel, along with Russia, along with China. I'd be surprised if Mr. Putin doesn't make it very clear to Mr.
This won't end until it's a Palestinian state. And if Israel and the U.S. think they're going to win against this, it won't be a U.S. empire and it won't be Israel. I don't know what will come of that, but what's coming from this is for sure a Palestinian state.
Mr. Netanyahu, that if he contemplates using a nuclear weapon, he needs to understand something. If you do this, if you use a nuclear weapon against Iran or anyone in the Middle East, we will use a nuclear weapon against you. I'd be very surprised if he has not already said that. We don't understand what we've walked into because we're not informed. We still think this is 1991. Listen to the rhetoric. I'm ready for peace now. We've made our point. We hope the Iranians understand us and will make peace. Have you lost your mind? The war is now just beginning.
Yes, it's not the beginning of the end. It's merely the end of the beginning, as Mr. Churchill said. Now, the impact of all this on Donald Trump's popularity, all the hypocrites are coming out. Nancy Pelosi is denouncing this lawless act of brigandry. All the Democrat hypocrites who would have done exactly the same thing. Of course, they represent nearly half of the American people. And therefore, how many of Trump's voters now desert him is going to be a huge factor in the midterms, isn't it? Its impact on MAGA is surely going to be significant because this is a total about-face for the Donald Trump that people thought they were electing. This is the man who denounced the Iraq war, who denounced Obama, accused him of being ready to go to war with Iran in order to win an election. This is the Tulsi Gabbard who said just weeks ago that in terms there was no case for this kind of an action. When people do an about-face like that, they must lose a part of their base. How do you quantify that, Colonel?
Well, the desertions from so-called MAGA have already begun because MAGA turns out to have been a myth. Let's be frank, it was never real. People voted for something that was never real. You've got to go back to the Republican National Convention. And during the Republican National Convention, there was a giant Israeli flag on the wall. And there was a placard above the flag that said, Israel first. And then a gentleman walked out to the podium, ostensibly representing the Israel lobby, and tried to lead cheers for Israel first. Well, the response was tepid, to say the least. But the people that voted for Donald Trump didn't understand what they were listening to. The signal was unambiguous and clear. You were voting for Israel first. And that's what you got for a cabinet. That's what you got for a government. Now, as you point out, that applied equally to the other side, regardless of what the other side says. We have a government in Washington that is corrupt to its core. It's corrupt, it's ineffective, it's incompetent. And that's what we are now going to discover in the days and weeks and months ahead. The whole place is going to come apart because this war is going to expand. The family dictatorships that control the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf are not going to survive this. The Saudis are at high risk. Why are they at high risk? Why is King Abdullah in Jordan at high risk? Because there are hundreds of millions of Muslim Arabs that are saying this is unacceptable. This must stop. And you're going to see new governments come online. We are going to lose everything as a result of this overseas. We are inevitably going to be driven out of the Middle East. the thing that everyone said we were fighting to prevent. And we're going to watch Israel be destroyed day after day after day. This, in other words, the world is going to be turned upside down. Everything that we've supposedly worked for decades will be lost. Now, in the long run, this is a damn good thing for us. We need to get out of these places. We need to come home. And we haven't even talked about the potential for really bad things to happen inside the United States. Set aside the very likely financial meltdown that is coming. As soon as we start to lose troops, men, people, ships, anything, you're going to see the stock market react very negatively. That's not just the market, but we have the bond market. You're going to watch the interest rates rise. We're going to try and suppress the inevitable inflation that results. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen. And as these things grow worse, the demand here at home for change in everything. Most important, change overseas. Come home. No more wars. That pressure is going to be overwhelming. Doesn't matter who is in Washington and what they say. They're all going to confront this. So this is a in the language of fools in Washington, a game changer, as though this were a game. This is a strategic sea change. We don't get it, and we're not going to get it until all of the bad things happen that are coming. And by the way, there are a lot of people that are in the intelligence business that are professional who are now worried about terrible things happening here inside the United States. Our borders were open for years, George. We don't know who's in the country. We have people worried about the explosion of a dirty bomb inside our borders. And we should be worried, extremely worried. But until these things happen, the American people will not really wake up. They may walk away from Donald Trump and say, what a mistake we made, but they're not going to demand real action until they're hurt. That's coming.
As the meme says, doesn't matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. Do you think there was any real opposition inside the leadership on this, or was that too deception?
I have trouble believing anything that comes out of the government these days. I have to be frank. I know there's an awful lot of theater that goes on to try and entertain people and make them think something's happening that isn't. These people are feckless. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand what they've done. There's not a shred of humanity in any of them. One look at Gaza alone should be enough to drive people completely out of the region and say, no more cooperation, no collaboration against anyone with Israel until Gaza stops. It never comes up. It's not on television. And if it's not on television for most Americans, it probably doesn't exist.
Finally, Colonel, and here I draw on your diplomatic and other skills. If I were a Russian leader, and Mr. Witkoff, say, or Mr. Rubio came to talk with me, I would have difficulty keeping a straight face as they made commitments or expressed intentions, because I would say, I've just watched you in real time deceive your own people, deceive the world about your true intentions with regard to Iran. Isn't this a potential death blow to American credibility diplomatically?
Absolutely. No one believes anything we say anymore. So that would be a complete waste of time. No one believes that we can be trusted any longer. This is a death blow for that purpose. In the meantime, though, the Russians are bearing down on Kiev. Large numbers of their troops are moving offensively to the west. They're going to cross that river. They will move on Kiev, and they will move south towards Odessa. That's a foregone conclusion. And they can do that while they simultaneously support and assist Iran. I guess Russia just isn't as weak, backward, and incompetent as everybody said. And by the way, neither is Iran.
No, absolutely correct. But what about China? Might this be an opportune time for China to make a move on reunification with Taiwan?
China doesn't have to do that. Taiwan will voluntarily join China. That's a lot of nonsense. Neither the Chinese on Taiwan nor the Chinese on the mainland are interested in going to war with anybody for any reason. They're all about business. Their long-term goal is to end up looking a lot like Singapore. That's their model. This is not a warlike nation by any stretch of the imagination. You know, somebody was telling me the other day, doesn't President Trump understand the reason so many of our ships are so rusty is that they are at sea all the time? He keeps pointing to the Chinese ships, says they're not rusty. Well, of course they're not rusty because they spend most of their time in port. Well, if you spend most of your time in port as a Navy, how good are you? You know, the Chinese are not interested in a war. That's all crap. But the Chinese are very interested in doing business. And you pointed to BRICS, and you pointed to the one belt, one road, and you're 100% correct. Iran is vital and essential to that project. And it's also vital and essential to Russian national security because it touches the soft underbelly of Russia, which is Central Asia. Iran is not going to be allowed to lose. There will be no defeat of Iran. So if we double down on this, as I'm sure we'll try to do, we won't have any choice because we're going to be the recipients of retaliation. It's not going to work.
to affect global trade, specifically oil, and that is
the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which is, by the way, the Iranian parliament has approved now that officially they're going to close down. Of course, they need to have the final say of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, which most likely he's going to agree to that. So, but what we're going to be addressing in this particular session here, guys, we're going to be talking about the impact, economically speaking, on the global energy markets. And given how important the Strait of Hormuz, we decided, you know what, we're going to be addressing this topic for you today. So,
absolutely. About 30% of the world's oil and about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So if it were to be shut down, and you know, we're going to dive a little bit more into exactly how it would be shut down, because you know, a direct military conflict with the United States, I think probably would not work. So we'll dive a little further into that. We have a whole series of videos coming up this week. We have pretty much videos every day from today until Thursday. There's a lot going on, and we have a wonderful sponsor, Giant Mining, that is sponsoring all of these videos. So stay tuned. I'm going to play the ad spot from them. Thank you to them, because without our show sponsors, this show would not be possible. And stay tuned. We're going to talk about how the Strait of Hormuz might actually be shut down.
A big thank you to today's show sponsor, Giant Mining Corp. Without our sponsors, this show wouldn't be possible. Copper shortages just went political. Washington's eyeing import tariffs, and the scramble for homegrown supply is on. Prices are brushing $4.85 a pound, while global stockpiles sit at a 15-year lows. Enter Giant Mining Corp, advancing the 9,800-acre Majuba Hill project in mining Red, Nevada. Recent drilling cut a 170-foot zone averaging 0.4% copper, crowned by a 10-foot streak at 4.4% grades that the majors pay billions for. Independent engineers at RASPC are already modeling the first resource estimates. So Majuba moves while rivals wrestle with the new red tape. Speed wins the super cycle, and they are built for speed. Dig deeper at giantminingcorp.com or on the OTC at BFGFF in the US and BFG in Canada. Remember, there are always risks in investments and there are no guarantees of any kind. Always do your own research.
Okay.
All right.
So how might this actually happen? How might Iran actually shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we have to understand that as we speak right now, you get countries in the region like Saudi Arabia already rushing to load some sort of tankers with exports as precaution, despite the sort of the increase in insurance, because they know what's going to happen. So how the Iran might shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Or of course, to my knowledge, they have already placed certain ordnance underwater just in case. Iran has been planning on this eventuality for a long time. And now that US has entered this conflict between Iran and Israel, it's just going to be now, it's going to widen. And this is why you have now sort of analysts who deals with energy believe that oil producing in these countries, we're talking about United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and of course Saudi Arabia, in addition to Iran, of course, to a degree, are preparing for the possibility now that the fighting between Israel and Iran and the US now could extend some sort of, not just to the nuclear facilities, but it could also start targeting the oil export facilities. And this is where the danger is. That's where the concern. It's because Iran has already now targeted one of the oil refineries or some sort of a location for the energy inside Israel. So, and of course, that's where the Strait of Hormuz comes in. As you stated earlier, it's one of the world's most important energy waterways.
It is. And actually, let's take a look at, I shared this a second ago, but let's take a look at where the Strait of Hormuz actually is located and why it's so important. So if we look at the region, we look at how many oil producing nations we have in such a small area. We have Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia that are all extremely oil rich countries. And these are the country, I mean, Saudi Arabia is known for its oil wealth. And so, you know, and it's interesting. There's a conversation that I'd like to have a little bit later in the week. And that is, what are the real reasons? What are the actual reasons that there's the conflict right now, that the United States more or less has entered this conflict? And why Israel has done this to begin with. You know, I have some very, Tulsi Gabbard came out and said, oh, they're misquoting me and the whole shebang, right? So we have some really interesting things that are happening in this narrative as the narrative is sort of starting to crumble. But if you look at where the Strait of Hormuz is, Iran is not, it's really one of the only cards, at least in my opinion, and David, please let me know what you think. This is one of the only cards that Iran actually has to play, because it is a very substantial card. If you shut down 30% of the oil and gas that's coming out of this region, it's 30% for the world. If you shut that down, oil markets can't bear that. And so they really do actually have a power play. I think the big question is, can they actually shut it down? Would it be mines? Would it be a direct conflict? What would have to happen for Iran to actually shut it down? Because if they were to try, the US military isn't going to sit back and be like, oh, okay, I guess you can shut it down. So what do you think it would actually take for them to shut this down?
But at the same time, we can also see the scenario that took place similar to that with the Houthis in Yemen.
Absolutely.
Remember? Yeah. So that's why I am not surprised that Iran will embark on this particular sort of trajectory, knowing that it can exert influence on what's taking place. I mean, the United States has already mentioned that it will send its military assets to prevent Iran from, but we all know what it means. That means the escalation is a foregone conclusion. The escalation brings with it now the involvement of other countries. I'll give you just a quick example. Pakistan just announced now that it's going to be providing Iran with some type of medium-range missiles. Makes you just wonder. You have the foreign minister of Iran in Moscow as we speak. I think he is already back. I'm not certain yet, but I was aware of his trip yesterday. Abbas Arakchi went to Moscow. Why will he go to Moscow for? He will go to Moscow to seek military assistance. This is not about diplomacy and so forth, not anymore. Because what we are looking now, that the US now gets involved, we have to really be ready for the consequences of how this now is going to take place. So Iran will do whatever it needs to do to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is shut down, one way or another. So this is why, as I mentioned earlier,
that's a fact about that.
You have now countries like Saudi Arabia, an OPEC member, a massive oil producer, already rushing to load the tankers with the exports because they know what lies ahead as far as the disruption to all this. So, and this is why, and I had to read an article in which by the New York Times, in which he quoted Humayun Falakashi. He's the head of crude oil analysis at Kepler Research, and I'm very familiar a little bit with the Kepler Research. You know, usually they are spot on regarding their analysis when it comes down to energy. And what they're saying is that Gulf states wants now to ensure they minimize the risk, which means what? That they have to export as much oil as possible and as quickly as possible before prices go up. We noticed here in Texas yesterday, just yesterday, oil prices went up by about 3%. So that tells you where the story is right there.
Absolutely. So I want to speak to exactly what you're talking about. So why is it that there really hasn't been much of a decline in the traffic actually of the ships coming through there right now? And I think that the answer to that, so let me show you guys a couple of interesting images. So this first one is a satellite image of the stockpiles actually at Iran's largest oil terminal. So let me share that with you guys. Let me see if I can make this photo a little bit bigger. Okay, here it is. So this is the stockpiles from June 11th to June 18th. And so Bloomberg is actually reporting that basically what happened is that they took all of the oil out of these, as you can see here on the left, they took all of the oil out and they're actually shipping it straight through. So that's exactly what you're talking about, is right now there's actually a rush to get the oil out of this part of the region and into the world before it's mined or what threats of attack or either or direct attack. I mean, it seems unlikely that Iran would actually direct attack the United States, but if they mined the Strait of Hormuz, that would still be a horrible destruction. So apparently, because I'm not an expert here. This is just what we're looking at. Yeah. And so apparently the oil storage sites have floating roofs that rise and fall as they're empty and filled. So that's how you can see basically from the shadows of this satellite image how much oil they're actually holding. Is the roofs are well below the like top of the wall. And so apparently that means the reservoirs are only partially full. So all of it's headed out. So I want to share this as well. And it is inbound transits. So can you guys see that? Yeah. Okay. So this is inbound transit. So that is vessels that are coming in. And so this is the Israel-Iran strikes. They started. It's declining, but it hasn't declined like crazy, right? I mean, it's not all the way down. So that really is speaking to the fact that this region is really getting its oil out so that there isn't a large disruption because the markets flat out, I think, couldn't bear it.
Yeah, but there is also another element to all this, which we don't know yet what the Houthis are going to do.
That's
because
a great
the
question.
Houthis have announced that if the United States gets involved, they will come to the support of Iran. And why is this important? When you look at this map here, why is this important? Here is the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz on the right. But you look at where Yemen is, that's Bab el-Mandeb right there. So you got also some major oil producers on this side that use this kind of water to access the Arabian Sea or the Indian Ocean and go to the rest of the world. So if we know the history of what happened a few months ago and how the Houthis were able to sort of shut down the Red Sea, and what did we do? That's my point. So if Houthis were able to shut down the Red Sea, what makes us think that Iran will not be able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? And that's my point. So the idea of we need to think in terms about the local Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Jordan to a degree, but you don't count Jordan into all this. You have to think in terms those countries host U.S. troops. And Iran has already made it clear now that those bases are within reach of its missiles.
Yeah.
So one way or another, even Iran made it clear that if any of these countries involved in supporting either allow Israel or the United States flights to go over their airspace, that means they are becoming a target. So to the Iranians, they have now to think they are really at a crossroads. It's a major decisions they're going to have to embark on, because whatever decision they make is going to alter the course of history in the Middle East for decades to come. That I am convinced about. So on the other hand, to them, it's now or never. And this is why you're seeing, for example, Pakistan. I was surprised that Pakistan already stated publicly that they are willing to give Iran medium-range missiles only 2 days after they supported Mr. Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, which makes me just wonder what the heck was the Pakistanis thinking? Literally, yeah, they did. And they did because they said he's the one who sort of de-escalates regarding their conflict with India. I don't think so.
Okay, so you want to know something interesting, and we'll talk about this probably on tomorrow's show. I'm solidly not sure that Trump knows what's happening.
That is, you are right. You are absolutely correct.
And I have some things I'm going to point to in the next show about this. I have some body language things that I'm going to point to that I'm not sure he knows what's going on. I think he's getting fed information maybe even before it's happening, but there's some very wonky things that are happening right now that kind of points to maybe Trump doesn't actually know what's going on. So I'm just putting that out there because I'm very curious about it, and we'll talk about it in the next show.
Well, I am convinced it's not his decision.
Yeah,
it's not his decision. When you talk about the disparities that exist within the Trump administration, for example, when you have a CIA director that is presenting information or intelligence, what makes us sure or think that that intelligence that is provided is
our lives.
Did because they said he's the one who sort of de-escalates regarding their conflict with India. I don't think so.
Okay. So I'm just putting that out there because I'm very curious about it, and we'll talk about it in the next show.
Well, I am convinced it's not his decision.
Yeah,
it's not his decision. When you talk about the disparities that exist within the Trump administration, for example, when you have a CIA director that is presenting information or intelligence, what makes us sure or think that that intelligence that is provided is based on a U.S. assessment and not being provided by the Israelis? So let's just be fair. As one who works in DC, I was involved in the intelligence community. You understand how these things work. You know, the PDB, the Presidential Daily Briefing, the president might not be given the accurate information based on a U.S. And
Right.
That's the key, based on the U.S. assessment. Why am I saying this? And what convinced me to say this is because when you have a president discrediting his own DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, that tells you the story right there. That tells you the story right there.
Absolutely. And not and the way that he's starting to stumble through things. I mean, I think this is happening much faster than even he can keep any handle on. But it is, you know, he has to pretend that he's the one doing it. He has to pretend that he knows what's going on. But it's definitely looking.
He doesn't know.
You know, okay, I wasn't gonna go into this tirade, but it's a little bit of one that, you know, the narrative of this is starting to sound so much like weapons of mass destruction and Saddam Hussein. Oh my gosh, exactly.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Indeed.
It's almost like word for word.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. But the thing is, we're still, I was young. I was very young when that happened. My husband went to go fight in that war, so did you. Yeah. But it's starting to sound the same. And I was old enough to remember what that narrative sounded like. And our generation is old enough. I think the youngest generation don't remember it, but we know what that sounded like, and it's sounding the exact freaking same over and over and over again, except they're not even trying that hard this time. Like last time they were trying really, really hard. Now the narrative is like barely there. It's falling apart. There are holes all over it. It's like they're going as fast as possible so that people can't catch up. People can't tell them no. And you have people like Thomas Massie in Congress who are saying, hey, slow down. This is unconstitutional. You didn't even go to Congress. You didn't even ask this. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And it's happening so fast that nobody can catch their breath. Nobody can say, stop, don't do this. And
it tells you right there, because we have disregarded now the Constitution and the law and everything, you know. But it highlights a much bigger problem for us. And the problem is, this is where the flaw with our system is. That's why the system is failing. Our system is failing completely. Now, I think, and again, this is me thinking out loud, I think this conflict that the U.S. now injected itself into is going to precipitate that notion of the decline of the United States. There is no other way of looking at it. I am even going as far as saying it will be the final nail on the U.S. coffin. And let alone the legacy of Trump, so-called the anti-war president, turns out to be much worse than Biden, much worse than whatever, because all other presidents before him, all of them stopped short of launching an attack or dropping bombs on Iran. And that tells you right there how Donald Trump was easy to manipulate and force into carrying out the orders of the hidden hand behind the scenes.
I laid in bed last night at 1 a.m, And I thought to myself, would Kamala Harris have been any better? And I think the answer is no.
No.
Absolutely not. No matter
Absolutely.
who the president was, this was, and guys, if you haven't watched the last show, we showed an interview with Vladimir Putin, a very recent one, that basically he was like, the US presidents, they have all these ideals and they have all these things that they want to do. And then these men in dark suits come in and tell them, exactly what to do. And he said that, basically he's been through 3 US presidents now, that it's the same story every time. Donald Trump ran on no more wars. Like you can see, people are posting this all over the place where it's like Trump fans, no more wars. What is this? And then, they're like, well, this isn't a war. Okay, well then what is it exactly? If we're not at war, then why is this happening? So I think these are really good and important questions. And of course, it happens over the weekend. It happens over the weekend where people are not focused. They're out with their families. It's summer vacation. So the majority of the American people are off living their lives. And that's when this happens. Yeah. It doesn't happen on a Monday, on a work day where everybody's paying attention. It happens on a freaking Saturday when everybody's out with their families. That's why this morning there was a massive demonstrations in San Diego, anti-Trump rallies. I don't know if you saw that or not, but it was major. As a matter of fact, if you allow me here, I kept one of those. If I'm going to share it with you guys, if you allow me here. So let me share it with you. Yeah, some of you guys are talking about how Trump was like visibly disconcerted or visibly shaken, not quite put together last night. And I definitely want to talk about that. Like that's something that we're going to talk about tomorrow. Like I said, guys, we have 5 shows this week. We have today, Thursday, thanks to our sponsor, Giant Mining. So we're going to talk more about this week, sort of as this unfolds. But I think it's so important right now to be keeping an eye on this, because I think that that's what the institution that's whoever is orchestrating this wants, is it for it to happen so fast that no one can pay attention to it. Well, the thing to do is to pay attention to it so that it's not happening in the dark, so that it comes into the light and we can actually pay attention to it. All right, let's take a listen here quickly, if I may. And, Here, I'll remove this. Okay. What did you want to add? Yeah, I'm just going to add this one right there. Oh, here, this one? Yeah. Here, David, let me put it. Oh, you had it. Yeah, I got it. I got it here. So go ahead. Let me just put it up. Yeah, sorry guys. The chat is moving really fast and I can't see everyone's stuff. Oh, wow.
Good morning, San Diego. America's pissed off, people. This is Waterfront Park at the county building in San Diego, California. We are here to protest Donald Trump, his administration.
Wow.
Yeah. Trump must go.
Yeah, that is not what they're calling for. Trump must go. It's because we are also realizing the danger that he's putting us into this, and not just us, is the rest of the world for that matter, because a major war, we're talking about the so-called World War III. I don't even like to use that, because there will be that will be it, given the massive type of weaponry that we have evolved. But here is where my big concern is that what we are witnessing right now, it was the same scenario at the early years of the 1930s. This is what concerns me the most. And again, if I am to go just back during the 80s, when at the time was Ronald Reagan, it was exactly what Henry Kissinger told him to do. Yeah. And we are seeing the same scenario. And we're asking ourselves, haven't we learned anything from history? Why are we keep repeating the same? And when I say we, mainly our country, the US. Well,
so here's what I want to say is every single person that I have come across or talked to has said, I don't want this war. We don't want this. We have our own issues here in the United States. So, and I know that there are a lot, I mean, probably in this chat, probably watching it. I mean, probably there are bots that are going and spreading whatever information whoever sent them out went to. So don't trust everything you read on the internet. Don't trust every comment you read. But it's everyone that I've come across doesn't want this. Like real American people, right? My husband and I were with our friends this weekend. Very, very good, kind, wonderful people. And none of them want this. And so who does want this? And that's why I'm saying it's happening on a weekend and it's happening really fast so that people can't fundamentally do anything about it. And so it's taking the power out of the people's hands, which that is not what government is for. Government is to take care of its people, do the things and represent its people. And I don't believe that that's happening right now. I don't believe the American people are being represented. And I think that's important for those of you who are somewhere else in the world. I think it's really important that you understand that the United States is not its people. And this is, I think, in my personal opinion, being done without really the consent of the American people. It bypassed Congress. It is not, Congress was not involved in this. And so our elected representatives were not involved in this. If you watched Donald Trump last night, it kind of doesn't even look like he was involved in this. And so I really need the world to know that the United States people are not, for the vast majority, I think, are really not interested in this.
Let alone the violation of the international law and the Geneva Convention for a nuclear power to attack a non-nuclear country. There is a convention in Geneva regarding this aspect. We violated all of them. And so as you said earlier, it will be very interesting to do an analysis about the body language of Donald Trump when he was doing this.
Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's show, guys. Be there. I'll dive into that because that's an expertise that I have. So
since we're gonna be doing this show for 5 days, guys, in a row, and also gives us an opportunity to, like I always say, provide you a different perspective from different angles, so you'll have a better understanding and be well informed and be aware of what you are watching and reading. So be aware of that. So
and just to be clear, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. What happened was the parliament said, yes, this is something we're interested in doing. And it's interesting. I watched a series of videos from just everyday people that they're interviewing in Iran. And almost every one of them said, hey, close it. The real question is, if they were to close it, because it still has to go through another level of approval. If they were to close it, the question would be how? Would they put mines in the ocean? Would they threaten attack? Would they actually attack? Like what are the means through which the Strait of Hormuz would be closed? And my opinion would be mines. And I think that's a horrible thing for everything and everyone involved. But that is kind of the least, the most, I don't want to say passive aggressive, David, but it's not a direct attack. It's not, it's not even the threat of attack. It's a sort of muted threat of attack. And so just to clarify that.
Well, one thing is sure is that what the US did, it now united the entire Iranian society. That is one of, any time a society unites, there is no other force that can destroy it, and Iran, this is their moment now. You see how the whole society, I saw a banner earlier this morning, and there are differences inside Iran society. There are cracks also. There are supporters of the regime. There are sort of opposition and so forth. But one thing they all agree on right now, according to that banner and what was written on it, it says, and I quote here, "We are all soldiers of Iran," and that's in itself. And if we know anything about the history of Iran, I wrote a book about Iran, and this particular aspect of history, I had to tackle that. It's because if we couldn't understand what the Persian Empire had to go through We won't understand modern day Iran. And this is something the West, they don't. So when warmongers are saying, just go ahead and drop the bombs on Iran, they're not going to do anything, we are mistaken. So that's usually.
Go ahead, David.
That's what I was going to say. That's usually the fatal mistakes some of us in the West are making, because we saw already this scenario in Afghanistan, and look how it turned out. We saw it in Iraq. Look how it turned out. We saw it in Vietnam back then with the assumption that we're going to defeat. No, it never works.
Well, and 20 years later for Afghanistan.
Yeah.
But I think, and something we're going to touch on perhaps a little bit later also, we have to be really careful about what we say here on YouTube. We might do a Rumble show later. But guys, we obviously have to be very careful what we say here on YouTube about this topic.
Yeah.
But one of the most interesting things I think that's happened is, Russia's deputy chairman of the Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, basically said that now a bunch of other countries are willing to actually supply Iran with their own nuclear weapons.
Yeah, because they know it's now or never. This is why I'm saying this will be for the U.S. the final nail on the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. If Tulsi Gabbard was actually correct, and they were not pursuing nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
If that's the case, now you're basically having Russia come out and say, well, they didn't have it before, but they sure are going to have it now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally the opposite thing that we wanted, right? We wanted them to not have it.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, there are those who are saying, well, why shouldn't they? What gives us the right to dictate to other countries who has the weapons and who doesn't? And this is where the controversy comes up as far as what this is really about. It's not about just the nuclear program.
Great
question. It is about ensuring the dominance of Israel in the Middle East, and that partnership between the U.S. and Israel will control the rest of the year. I mean, look at the pathetic Arab countries. What are they doing? None of them ever come forward and say, you know what the U.S. is doing is wrong. Mm-hmm. Tell me if it was any country that came forward. But they can't, because they are so pathetic. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day, and we might do that one because we need to address how the Arab world, especially the Muslim world now, is seeing the attack on Iran, being a Muslim country.
Mm-hmm.
Besides being a Persians, it's a Muslim country, and how they are interpreting that. Because if I am to guess, not a guess, I did the research on this, and it became clear to me that they know that they could be next if they don't toe the line. That's the bottom line to it.
Yeah, and we typically go for economics, which is sort of why the Strait of Hormuz is very important. But I do want to ask the broader question, and that is, why is this happening at all? I think it is the question worth asking, because it's never the thing that they say it is, right? It's never the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, So it's certainly worth asking the question, even if we may not be able to answer it here on this show. So maybe let us know in the comments, what do you guys actually think is the real reason that this conflict is happening? Because it's probably
Thank you for joining me, especially considering everything that has taken place. Are you safe, sound? Are you okay currently? Everything good?
Yes, I'm safe. Thank you, Jamal, for inviting me. My family is safe. People, of course, are outraged. This is the second act of war that's been imposed upon them without justification. And first, the Israeli regime carried out an act of war, unprovoked, And we now know that the United States was conspiring with the Israeli regime as it negotiated with Iran. So it was lying all the time. And then, as the Iranians had just negotiated with the Europeans, we saw the United States carry out this act of war against Iranians. And of course, US media, whether liberal or conservative, they're all the same. They are justifying aggression, they're justifying the tearing up of the UN Charter. The UN Charter, Jamal, was created in order to help the West and the United States in particular control the world. All these global bodies that are in the West, whether it's the OPCW for chemical weapons, the IAEA for nuclear programs across the world, all of the international bodies are controlled by the West. The IMF, the World Bank, these are all post-Second World War institutions for control, so that they can dominate the world, keep everyone else behind, benefit from the world's resources. And now they themselves are tearing them up and destroying them one by one out of desperation. And they're just exposing themselves for the brutal and ruthless warmongers that they are. And in this particular case, it's all for the sake of the Zionist regime. They're doing it for the sake of Netanyahu. They're sacrificing global peace and stability for the sake of Mr. Netanyahu and his Zionist backers and his neocon supporters.
Can I put, okay, I do accept that. But, you know, I've always taken the position that the Israeli government is just a stalking horse for the United States. That anything Israel is doing is effectively it's doing because of the United States. It's not a rogue actor. It's something that is a tool of U.S. policy, every bit as much as Ukraine is a tool of U.S. policy. Going all the way back for the last 20, 30 years, the ultimate objective was to overthrow the government of Iran. Is that the position that Iran takes, or does Iran see Israel as a rogue actor and this attack by the U.S. to protect a rogue actor?
I know that this is a very old debate that has existed between between different intellectuals about the role that the Israeli regime plays in the United States, and does the dog wag the tail, and so on. I think the issue is Zionism. Zionism is something that exists in both Israel and in the United States. The Christian Zionist cult believes that Christ is genocidal. That's what they claim. Of course, the Christ that we know, the Christ that you know, is totally against genocide. The exact opposite of what these Christian Zionists claim. So whether it's Christian Zionism or Jewish Zionism, or those who support Zionism for the money, because they're extremely wealthy, the Zionist elites, and so many people work for them. They may not believe in anything, but they're still Zionists. And it's ironically these very same people who are in these cults, they're the ones who created ISIS and Al Qaeda. So or they support the Nazi and the neo-Nazis in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. So we see the role that they play. It's not this is not a monopoly for Israel, or it's not a monopoly for inside the United States. I think it transcends borders. It exists in Europe, the United States, and Israel. It is a very dangerous and ruthless ideology or cult. But therefore, in my opinion, it's not really about Israel controlling the United States or the United States controlling Israel. It's Zionists who are controlling policy in much of Europe, North America, and of course, playing an extraordinarily destructive role in our part of the world.
From my point of view, and I want to get your take on this plan to reshape the Middle East with American power. And as Israel effectively working with the US, taking down one government after the next, whether it was, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, leaving Iran being the last actor. Did Iran know, or did they believe that the United States was always going to get involved into the war?
Yes, without a doubt, of course. Actually, I would say very openly and clearly that Iran's ability to fight the United States is far greater than its ability to fight a war with the Israeli regime. Right now, Iran is winning the war against the Israelis. That's why they were so desperate, and that's why Trump came in to contribute to the war directly, because the Israelis are floundering. But the Iranian military doctrine has always been directed towards defending the country against a U.S. attack, especially after the United States took 9/11 and the United States took Afghanistan and Iraq. That is when Iran began to develop underground bases and drone programs and missile programs that go underground. Most of those bases are directed towards the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. They're directed against potential U.S. aggression, not against the Israeli regime. The Israeli regime it's nothing for Iran. It's completely dependent on the United States.
Exactly.
If this war continues for a few more weeks, you'll see what happens to Israel. But the United States is the real threat. And so Iran's defensive and offensive potentials in the Persian Gulf region and in the Indian Ocean are much greater than the potentials that are directed towards the Israeli regime. I think Netanyahu admitted that Iran had almost 30,000, I think between 20 and 30,000 long-range missiles that could strike Israel. It's more than that. But the missiles that the Iranians have that can be directed towards its enemies in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean are far larger in number, and they're far cheaper, and they're far more mobile, and they're far more precise because they are for shorter range targets. So the Iranians can launch them very swiftly. They can move them around very easily, and they can destroy their targets very rapidly. They will cross the Persian Gulf in seconds, in a minute or two. And the drones that Iran has that they prepared for potential conflicts in the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, they are the same. So the devastation that Iran can bring about on the other side of the Persian Gulf, on American bases or anywhere else, is far, far greater than the damage that they can do. And detecting them is far more difficult because they are small, they're mobile, and they're everywhere. So if, God forbid, there is war with the United States, and it is possible, because the Iranians are going to retaliate, Jamal. They are going to retaliate. And that the question is not whether Iran is going to retaliate. The question is what happens next. Because if the Americans go after the Iranians again, then we are moving towards the next stage. And all of those family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf that are bound to the United States, they're all glass palaces.
Excuse me, Professor, but you're already at war with the United States. And this goes to, I guess, my original question about Israel. Israel is, for all intents and purposes, working hand in hand with the U.S. in these attacks. And even the U.S. intervention directly into the war has everything to do with protecting its client. Because as you point out, they are getting taken apart. And it seems that the strategy has been to effectively decapitate Israel and make it difficult to function as a colonial entity. And so, pursuant to that, I guess, if that's the case, though, what's the strategy towards Israel? And then has that changed with the U.S. directly entering the war?
You're correct. The United States has engaged in war with Iran. It is using the Israeli regime and assisting the Israeli regime to murder Iranians, to slaughter women and children, to target civilian targets, as they've been doing every day.
Yes.
They've bombed the Tehran Red Crescent Society.
Yeah.
They bombed hospitals. They bombed ambulances. They've done everything. And the Western media says nothing about it. They only talk about a few injured Israelis, but they won't talk about the many dead Iranians that are specifically targeted by the regime and the many children that have been slaughtered. So you're right, the Americans are directly involved. But what I meant was that a sustained, ongoing battle between the Iranians and the Americans in the Persian Gulf region in the Indian Ocean. Because if that happens, that will be the end of the U.S. empire. It will be quick. It will be swift. It will be devastating for everyone. I'm not saying Iran will come out unscathed. It will be devastating for the world. Because when the oil and gas markets collapse, everything collapses with it. In that case, then you will see Ansarullah go into Saudi Arabia, and you will see Iraq go into Kuwait, and you will see the Iraqis shut down oil exports in Iraq, and they will say that the United States must give us our money back, because the oil that Iraq sells goes to an American bank, and they give a bit, little by little to the Iraqis in order to be able to put pressure on the government. So the mood in Iraq is anti-American now.
Yeah.
After all the threats made against Iran, after the death threats made against Ayatollah Khamenei. So if the United States and Iran are at war in the Persian Gulf, and Iran is hammering all these regimes across the board, what do you think Iraq will do? What do you think Yemen will do? And then in the Republic of Azerbaijan, where the dictator there is sending oil to the Israeli regime to help the Israelis, while the Israeli regime is bombing cities alongside the border, inside Iran. People in the Republic of Azerbaijan are increasingly getting angry. If war starts, it is not going to be simply between Iran and the United States. Those tiny family dictatorships, those vulnerable family dictatorships will be swept away. And these new forces in the region, in Iraq, in Yemen and elsewhere, they're going to be on the offensive. That will be the end of the US presence in this region. So Trump, if he's sane, he will not take this route, because we don't want a regional war where the global economy goes down. But we're not going to allow the United States to strike us and to get away with it. That would be appeasing the aggressor, and it would only be an invitation for further aggression.
Right.
So the Iranian response will clearly happen. On the other hand, the Iranians will continue to hammer the Israeli regime. We saw it this morning. After the U.S. strike, Iran carried out a heavy attack.
Yes, you did.
And badly mauled the regime in different parts of the country. And they used one of the newer missiles this time around, which caused huge damage.
It seems that their capability to defend in the air defense is getting less. I mean, there was one missile that was fired, evaded helicopters, evaded air defense for like 30 minutes and hit its target dead on. I guess my thing is, so the strategy is not to respond to the United States. The strategy is effectively to continue the attacks on its client, Israel.
Well, that will continue, but I have no doubt that the Iranians will respond to the United States, because they have to create deterrence.
Right.
Otherwise the United States will be encouraged to attack again. So they will strike. They will punish the United States. And I think President Pezeshkian just said that. He went to the streets, and there was a huge crowd in Revolution Square and Ganov Square. And he said the Americans are going to have to accept being hit back, and they will hit them back. But the focus will remain on Palestine. If the United States is smart, it will take its punishment and step aside and pretend that everything is fine. If it's stupid and foolish, and Trump is a fool, then it will go after Iran. But as I said, Iran's military capabilities, its military doctrine, has always been focused on defending Iran against the United States. That is where its power lies. And so Trump, in his arrogance, he may not take this seriously. We're brown people, and so on. He may think, oh, we'll defeat them. But I think he should go and ask some of those Israelis on the streets of Tel Aviv if things are going well.
That's assuming they're there. They've been hiding in sewers and bomb shelters for the last 24 hours, or for that matter.
Yeah, and by the way, they always say that, well, the Hamas and Islamic Jihad are using people as human shields. All of their anti-air defenses are in streets and where people are living. They're among like right beside people's homes. Why doesn't Western media say that they're using people as human shields? The hypocrisy in the West, in Western media, whether it's MSNBC or Fox News, it doesn't make any difference. They're all the same. They just have a different way of putting it. Whether it's the Times in London or the Guardian, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, you would never get an honest exchange, which is why I didn't understand why Pezeshkian went to speak with the Europeans. They were pointless endeavors. I want to go for a separate.
Yeah, but I think there's a broader reason for that. Iran also wants to show the international community, the global South, that we're the responsible actor, that we're the ones who were negotiating in good faith, that we're the ones who are looking for solutions, and that is not going unnoticed. Right now, across the global South, people support Iran. I would assume where you are, people are not supporting Israel and the United States, and they're supporting Iran.
They're not.
Exactly. So Iran wants to strengthen this. It wants to show, on the one hand, its power, but on the other hand, it wants to show the world that, look, we want to sort this out. It's the Americans that are negotiating yet stabbing us in the back. It's not that the Iranians don't know this. The head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the United States, he spoke today and said the Iranians were caught completely off guard. They didn't know the attack was coming. I was on 3 different spaces, X last night, 11:30 to 12, 12, 12:30, 11 to 11:30, 3 in a row, different groups. I just decided to do these spaces. And I said in each and every one that an attack is imminent. Anyone can go right now and go and check. And all 3, I said, an attack is imminent. I'm an ordinary Iranian. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the military. I knew that it was imminent. So for him to say that they were caught unawares, it just shows that this is propaganda.
Yeah.
They're claiming, they don't even know what happened underground or not. They're not there. But they just say it was completely successful. The Iranians were caught off guard. We are fantastic. But I seem to vaguely recall, they were saying the same thing about Yemen, which is infinitely weaker than Iran. They're being destroyed. They're being diminished. They're on their knees. They're begging for us to stop the attacks. And then what happened? Then Trump capitulated. So we shouldn't take anything that Trump or his generals or his servants say in public.
Well,
seriously,
a couple of days ago, they said you were running out of missiles. And I remember with the Russians, they were saying the Russians are fighting with shovels. The Russians are running out of missiles. All this nonsense. Yeah. And by the way, I have a video where I said an attack is imminent. I remember hitting Latha it was hours before I said, there's something brewing. Something's happening. They're not as clever as I think they are. And, when you are a habitual liar, nobody really takes you seriously in that regard.
That's right.
I totally agree with you. But from a strategic sense, though, this is the point. Like the United States wanted to get into a direct conflict with Iran. The United States has attacked the nuclear sites, and they're on TV making the argument that invading Iranian airspace, viciously and unprovoked attack on nuclear sites is not really escalatory and not really an attack. It's just nonsense. I guess my thing is, if the entire point is to get Iran on the escalatory ladder where Iran makes a response and the US makes another response, with the objective of trying to divert attention away from Israel, is that something that how does Iran deal with that? I mean, it seems that the entire point of this is to get onto this escalatory ladder with Iran, where the U.S. gets more involved in the war in a way that I would imagine, in his own mind, justifies getting involved into the war.
Well, there is a balancing act here that exists. And the Iranians obviously would like to focus on putting the Israeli regime in its place. However, if Iran doesn't strike back, that would only encourage the American regime, the Trump regime, to do it again.
Agreed.
And we see the Europeans and Western media, all of them, defending Trump. Even those who hate Trump, they'll defend it. When it comes to us brown people or, non-Western people or anyone that stands up against their colony in our part of the world, they will demonize us.
Yeah.
They will support him. Remember, in 2016, when Trump was elected, he was a Putin puppet and a stooge for Russia. But as soon as he started launching those missiles against Syria, everyone said he's our president today.
Yeah.
That is who these people are.
Yeah.
So Iran has to make sure that the United States understands that there are consequences. The question is, what does the United States do after that? But again, that goes back to what we were saying earlier, and that is that the Iranian military doctrine is focused on defending the country against the United States. And the United States is extremely vulnerable to Iran. All you have to do is look at all the tankers and the oil and gas installations. People speak about shutting the Strait of Hormuz. That is not even necessary. If someone just sinks the tankers or destroys the installations, who needs the Strait of Hormuz anymore? So Iran has so many options. If the United States therefore takes the foolish route, then it's going to end very badly. But what Iran wants is to punish the regime in Washington, create deterrence, and focus on the Israeli regime until it recognizes that it made a catastrophic mistake by initiating this war.
What does that mean? At what point does Israel recognize that they've made a catastrophic mistake? Where's that level? Because Iran has said you're not negotiating with Israel. So is that to the point where Israel is fundamentally defunct, destroyed? Is that a level below that? Does Israel exist after this? What is then, and I know you're not in government, but I am curious about what that means.
Well, the absolute destruction of the Israeli regime for Iran means apartheid South Africa. That is what Iran means by destruction.
Yeah.
This war of physical destruction was initiated by the regime.
Yes.
The genocide in Gaza, the genocidal war in Lebanon, the genocidal attacks on Iran, these were initiated by the regime. Iran wants the regime to end like apartheid South Africa. Are there whites in South Africa? Yes. Are there blacks in South Africa? Yes. Are there people of color in South Africa? Yes. That's as long as they're all South Africans and they all have the right to vote. That's there may be. I'm sure we all know how problematic South Africa is. I don't want to go into that issue, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and all that. I don't want to go. That's not the point. The point is that the Constitution sees everyone as equal human beings.
I see.
That is what Iran means by bringing down the Zionist regime. It's dismantling this system of systematic racism and ethnic cleansing, something which Europe supports. So the reality is, Jamal, the West supports racism, ethno-supremacism,
yes,
ethnic cleansing, and genocide. And Iran opposes it. And for that reason, for the last 40-some years, Iran has been demonized. Iran is evil because it opposes this. And how do they pretend to people that this is not the reality? They say Iran wants to wipe Jews off the face of the earth or whatever. The language, the language they use. They lie in order so that people will look to Iran and believe their lies and say, well, no, they're the bad guys. But the reality is that Iran, from day one of the revolution, day one, Iran has been saying Israel must cease to exist as this just like apartheid South Africa must cease to exist. Did we slaughter everyone in South Africa? No. It ended with the collapse of the regime in elections. That is what Iran wants for Palestine. But this for the West is outrageous. And the propaganda machine will tell people a very different story, as they've been saying for the last 4.5 decades. But now people are seeing the reality. They're seeing what this regime really means. And they see what Western regimes really are. When the Israeli regime attacks Iran unprovoked, the West says they have the right to defend themselves. So if someone comes up to you with a baseball bat and hammers you in the head and someone says, well, he had the right to defend himself.
Well, I think
people are, yeah, and the world sees this, Jamal.
Right?
In Europe, they may hide, through narrative building, they may still fool some people. And I'm sure that in the United States, some people are saying, cheering on war as some people do in the United States. That's the United States after all. But across the world, people are seeing right through the Western narratives.
Yes.
That they are justifying aggression and calling it defending itself. It is completely dystopian, but people see it. They recognize it. And this is the biggest failure of the West. The emperor has no clothes.
No, I agree with you. I think this is one of those situations where the world stands by Iran. I mean, we have watched in horror as a genocide take place and nobody did anything. And not just did anything, the Western governments backed it, paid for it, tried to justify it. And you have Iran effectively standing up for humanity. I have a larger question on this one. From my point of view, this is about empire. That I would say the white Western world, Europe and the United States, its colony in the European sense, its client in the United States sense, they feel their power slipping away. And if things continue as they are with things like BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, China, Russia, Iran, India, etc., that the share of the economy that they have now is just going to expand. The defensive capabilities are going to expand. And they feel multipolarity coming into fruition. They tried to go after it with Russia using Nazis in Ukraine. And when that didn't work, they seem to have pivoted over into the Middle East, going after Syria, taking down Syria, and then getting the opportunity to go after Iran. Does Iran see it that way? That this is on some level a proxy fight with powers of the empire backing Israel, with these other forces of multipolarity, be it China, be it Russia, even potentially even Pakistan in this case, helping and assisting Iran?
The Russian president said something like that, I think, yesterday. He said the forces that are behind the fight against us in Ukraine are the same forces that are fighting against Iran.
Exactly.
If paraphrasing. So it is true. It is a declining empire that's collapsing, and it's ironically pushing forward its collapse through its irrational violence and its irrational and half mad and often completely mad behavior. And so, it's sort of like when if you see someone is drowning, although we'd rather have the empire drown, but if you see a human being drowning, they say never approach that person from the front, because they will jump on you and lash, and you could drown with that person. So they say go from the back. And anyway, the empire is drowning, and it is trying to take down everything with it. Ironically, it is speeding up its destruction by destroying the same institutions that it created after the Second World War. The rules-based order was created to preserve Western domination.
Yes.
And now one by one, they're discrediting all of those institutions. They're tearing up the international law altogether, and the UN Charter, of course, and they're discrediting the IAEA and all other bodies. But these bodies were all created for preserving their power. So for their own short-term foolish policies, they are themselves wrecking and hammering at those institutions that preserve their power.
Foreign Minister Argachi is supposed to be going to Russia to I don't know what time it is there, but basically either today or tomorrow to have a conversation, I guess, on issues of strategy. And considering this is an issue of empire, will there be coordination of action in this case? I mean, Putin was very annoyed because, let me say it this way, there are people like me, there are other people who have watched the Middle East go down in flames that are very concerned about what is happening in Iran, not just for your health, but all of their health. And the last thing we want to see is anything happen to Iran that happened to something like Syria or Libya or Iraq, etc. And so there's been a huge amount of frenetic energy screaming at Russia and screaming at China, saying, help, what are you doing? Why are, this also directly affects you. What are you doing? Now, Putin kind of pushed back on that, effectively saying, look, what do you expect us to do, right? Iran is a sovereign country. But is there coordination between Russia, China, and Iran, considering this is an issue of empire where all of the West, NATO countries, in addition to the United States, effectively helping and assisting Israel? Or is Iran going it alone in this?
No, Iran is not alone. Of course, Iran is doing the heavy lifting by far. And I would say very openly and clearly to your audience, Iran is the hope of humanity. And I think that the Americans have shown this to the world. And they've shown that over the decades, they've been lying about Iran. But Russia and China are very worried. They see the United States and the Israeli regime just provoking war, carrying out war, and the Europeans saying that they're defending themselves unprovoked. Of course, this is something that's going to create deep concern across the global South. And so what the Americans are doing is that they're going to definitely draw the Russians and the Iranians and the Chinese and many others closer to each other. And Jamal, even the Turks, even Erdogan, who is, as you know how I feel about him. He's a traitor, and he's in the Western camp, and he's been helping the Israelis all this time get away with these atrocities against Palestinians and elsewhere. But even they are now afraid of what the Americans and what the Israelis and what the Europeans are doing. Even the Saudis are afraid. Even the region is now afraid. So while they've been collaborating with the West during this period, they now see that the West is completely out of control, and that they're willing to do anything. They have no red lines, nor of course the Israeli regime doesn't either. So this is creating a deeper divide between the West and the rest of the world. We'll have to see how it plays out, but I'm optimistic about the future. It's going to be painful and tough, and we're at the forefront of war. But I think that more and more people are awake today, and more people are pushing to have an impact in their own countries to bring about change.
Please allow me two more. Are you concerned that this pulls in other countries in a direct way, where this leads to something like a third world war?
Yes, of course. Jamal, I said earlier, after Iran punishes the Americans, if the Americans carry out aggression again, and there is war in the Persian Gulf, the Iranians will hammer everything. They will destroy everything. But what will happen? You will see actors like Iraq, which are far more powerful than these tiny Arab dictatorships. You will see Yemen, which is far more powerful than Saudi Arabia. When these regimes are all in trouble and the Americans are in trouble, they'll move in. The borders will change. Everything will change. And the global economy will collapse. So when the global economy collapses, imagine what life will be like throughout the world. People will lose their jobs. People will be on the move. This will be worse than the Great Depression. It would be significantly worse than the Great Depression. And it will be global.
Last question. Medvedev pointed out that, they need to be aware because other countries will be willing to hand Iran a nuclear weapon. Now, suppose he's saying this because Israel is a nuclear power that apparently nobody cares about, weirdly enough. And the US, of course, is a nuclear power. There's been an analyst that pulled a stat from somewhere that there's a 50% chance of Iran getting nuked. That seems pretty amazing to me, but okay, let's go with that. As opposed to the Samsonite option where they just kind of take their luggage and leave. Is Iran concerned that Israel, being a nuclear power, at the end of it all, if they are getting taken apart, that they're willing to use nukes?
First of all, the objective is not to wipe Israel out in a military way. It is to end the regime.
Agreed.
But by hammering the regime in this war, it is going to weaken it to show Israelis that this is not going to work, that this is not the way forward. You will never feel safe colonizing, so find a different solution. Many will leave because who wants to stay there, especially if you can get a job elsewhere, if you're educated. Israel is going to fundamentally change after this. So the objective is not to kill everyone. That's never been Iran's objective. Iran never, just like, again, going to South Africa, that's the model in the broader sense. Social justice and all that, that's a different issue. But the model where everyone is
One man,
equal
one
as a
vote.
human being, that's the model.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so your point is that they.
And I would add that Iran, Jamal, when it comes to the nuclear program, technologically speaking, Iran is ahead of Pakistan and ahead of North Korea. Iran has chosen not to develop a nuclear weapon, and we've discussed this in the past before. Now, many people are against this. My own children are against this. They argue with me about this. I still believe that a nuclear weapon is not a good thing because it creates the incentive for everyone to develop one. But then again, who knows what will happen in future? But what I would say, I mean, who knows what will happen in future because of the stupidity of the Americans and the Israeli regime. But what I would say, though, is the significance of what Medvedev said is in the fact, is not the literal words that were written, and this is the sentiment that the world is disgusted with the West and the Israeli regime.
And not going to let them get away with crimes.
That statement, that written text by Medvedev, all the specifics aside, what does it tell you? It's saying the West is stupid. The West is foolish. The West is pushing the world to everyone closer to each other to stand up against the West, and that is happening.
Just to be clear, though, a country that has murdered 100,000 people, that has invaded one country after the next, that has starved millions, you don't believe that that country is willing to use nukes. They've crossed every other red line, even if it's not this notion of the destruction of all of Israel, just the notion that the state has to fundamentally change. Could be.
Yes, but if the Israeli regime goes in that direction, the world will take it out, because that would, the world won't tolerate that.
Professor, we have watched them tolerate. We've watched them tolerate a genocide.
No, that's different. Well, we have to. This is a very complicated issue, but the objective for Iran is the dismantling of the regime.
Right.
If the regime seriously contemplates using a nuclear weapon, after all, but even the question itself that you posed and others have posed also to me show how ruthless and barbaric and backward the West is. That these questions could actually be asked. Yeah, exactly. Western leaders and Western elites, how disgusting and despicable they are, that these very questions can be raised. But if that danger arises, then obviously Iran will move in a direction to preserve its existence. But also, the rest of the world will do the same, because a nuclear weapon is a threat to the world. And I don't see the Israeli regime surviving under, if it moves in that direction.
Professor Mohammed Morandi, he is a professor of English literature at Orientalism at the University of Tehran.
profoundly unconstitutional, absolutely unlawful, was an impeachable offense, and was a war crime. Under our Constitution, only the Congress can declare war, not the president. And Congress can only declare war on a country that poses an immediate and grave military threat to the United States of America. President Trump has started a war with Iran, which poses no threat, let alone immediate or grave whatsoever, to the national security of the United States of America. Under an unconstitutional statute, but still the law, the War Powers Resolution, the president is required to give notice to Congress and give Congress an opportunity to respond before he attacks a foreign country. He can carry out the response, but he has to tell Congress and give Congress an opportunity to respond. He not only ignored the Constitution, he ignored that law. As unconstitutional as it is, it hasn't been tested by the courts. It is still the law. The president ignored it. Killing people and destroying property in another country without a just cause is a war crime. It is the moral and legal equivalent of a high crime and misdemeanor. It is an impeachable offense. And it is time for the American public and the Congress to do something about it. Now to the military aspects of all of this. Scott, what did the United States military do last night and this morning in Iran?
Well, what they did is carry out an illegal war of aggression. It's a war crime. It's not just a war crime. Judge Jackson, from the Nuremberg trial period, lead prosecutor of the Nazi war criminals, asserted that a war of aggression is the ultimate war crime because from this war of aggression, all other crimes emanate. And this is what we did. I don't know why Americans are proud of this. This is an act of perfidy, a surprise attack, an undeclared act of aggression that had no foundation in justification. Again, to justify something like this, which is the equivalent of what we would say a preemptive, a preemptive act of self-defense. So there needs to be an imminent threat that can only be dealt with through this act of aggression. Iran was in the process of negotiations that would resolve all of the issues that could be perceived as a threat. So there is no imminent threat. Moreover, we know that the sites that had been targeted, 3 nuclear sites, Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordow, were empty, that these strikes would have zero impact on an Iranian nuclear program that had long since been evacuated from these sites and sent to other locations. It's come out that this strike plan, which was done in cooperation with Israel, was something that had been planned more than a year ago and actually been practiced by the United States and Israel. So this was a pre-planned strike against 3 designated sites that had no military value. So this is purely an act of theater, and any military commander that put American lives at risk to carry out an act of political theater should, literally have their commissions revoked and be drummed out of the service. There was no justification for this, but moreover, the attacks didn't even accomplish what they claimed to have accomplished. We had 1 B-2 bomber drop 2 GBU-57s on the Natanz facility.
Right. What is that? What is the GBU-57? Is that one of these 32,000-pound monsters?
Correct. They're the massive ordnance penetrator weapon that only the B-2 can carry, and it's upon the shoulders of this weapon that the United States has based its hopes of interdicting Iran's nuclear program. But Natanz had been struck at least twice and probably 3 times by the Israelis prior to this attack. And whatever was in Natanz, that centrifuges, etc., of value had long since been evacuated. People should understand that Natanz is the principal home of centrifuge cascades of the oldest type, the IR-1 centrifuge, which is a very inefficient centrifuge that Iran had long since replaced with these more modern centrifuges that are in Fordow. So to strike Natanz doesn't put back the Iranian program at all, and anything of value in that program had been evacuated. So we put a B-2 bomber over a target to drop two very large bombs that accomplished nothing. They literally put two additional holes in the ground of a piece of terrain that had no military, scientific, or meaningful value. It was purely a political act. The same with Isfahan. We fired 30 cruise missiles into the Isfahan nuclear complex. It appears that even the U.S. government is admitting that these missiles didn't accomplish the level of destruction that they were hoping to, that the Isfahan facility was deeper underground and more protected. So in normal circumstances, and this dates back to my time as a battle damage assessment officer during the first Gulf War, this would be immediate reattack, which means that because we initiated this, if there was legitimate military purpose to this attack, we would have to reattack to achieve those objectives. It appears, though, that Donald Trump says, no, we're done. We're willing to be done with this, which means, again, this wasn't about achieving anything meaningfully, militarily meaningful on the ground. This was an act of pure politics. And then we get to Fordo, the crown jewel of the three targets, a facility that's 90 meters or 90 feet underground, 100 feet underground. But that's street level measuring. What they're not counting are the ridges above the facility that make it even 3 or 4 times deeper than this. We struck with 6 B-2 bombers, each of which carried 2 of these massive ordnance penetrators. And the best that we could accomplish is that we did damage to 1 entrance and 1 exit of a facility that has 5 exits. We didn't do damage to the hall. We didn't penetrate. But even more critical is that we know the facility was evacuated. There is satellite imagery that shows on June 18th and 19th, the Iranians had brought up trucks to remove the high-value centrifuges that were stored at Fordo. And these centrifuges have been moved to other facilities around Iran that we don't know about, together with the totality of Iran's enriched uranium. That 60% uranium that everybody says can be converted into a bomb in 3 to 5 days. Yeah. We didn't destroy that. That's all moved. So these attacks accomplished nothing in terms of retarding or limiting Iran's nuclear enrichment program. These attacks were purely an act of political theater for a president who's desperate to be seen as being a decisive leader, but all he showed was American impotence.
The Secretary of State referred to the planning of the operation as brilliant. Now, the plan must have begun in the Biden administration. Could something like this have been planned since Donald Trump became president and Pete Hegseth became Secretary of Defense?
Well, I mean, in theory, it could, but the fact is this attack has been rehearsed by the United States and Israel during the Biden administration. Indeed, in the summer of 2023, and I believe again in 2024, there were joint exercises carried out where the United States flew B-2 bombers from Whitman Air Force Base into the theater of operations to carry out rehearsals with the Israelis. It should be pointed out that according to the Iranian timeline, this was an attack that was not just coordinated with the Israelis, but the Israelis participated in this, meaning that the Israelis had resources and assets that were linked to this, drones and fighter aircraft that were operated over parts of Iran as, in supporting operations. So this wasn't a purely American attack. This was done in concert with the Israelis, part of a plan that had been conceived during the Biden administration and rehearsed at least twice during the Biden administration.
Was this brilliant, as Hegseth claimed? Was there anything brilliant about this?
Well, I don't want to, I will never denigrate the professionalism of the American personnel involved. I mean, to have a B-2 bomber fly a mission of this length requires tremendous skill. The refueling operations are technically difficult. They accomplish these. The flight parameters to get into Iran without being detected to drop these bombs all points to extreme professionalism. But, that doesn't make this attack brilliant. Anytime you use American military power, there has to be a legitimate reason for the application of force. And here there is no legitimate reason. This cannot be called brilliance. This is the exact opposite. This is a disaster. This is a manifestation of all that's wrong with America today, where the United States military allowed it to be used for an act of political violence, political terrorism, a war crime. This is a war crime. There's no doubting this. There's no defending this. This is an act of aggression without any legitimacy, not only in terms of lacking domestic approval from the Congress, but also under international law. And people scoff at international law. But I do want to remind, Judge, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the United Nations Charter, an international treaty, was ratified by the United States Senate, and therefore, under our own Constitution, becomes the law of the land.
Yes.
And
who wrote the United Nations Charter? We did.
We did.
And we signed it. Israel signed it. Iran signed it. It prohibits this kind of an attack absolutely against a fellow signatory of the charter without going to the UN first. Trump went to no one. Trump sat in a windowless room and listened to a half dozen people tell him what they thought he wanted to hear. And that's how he made the decision.
100%. And this is, again, this is a political act. This has, you asked me to speak about the military aspects of this, right, but other than the application of force, there is no military value to this. In fact, the president has put at risk tens of thousands of Americans for this political act.
Where are the Americans who are at risk, Scott, and who are they?
Well, there's tens of thousands of American service members who are deployed throughout the region in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in United Arab Emirates, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. These are Americans who, have taken an oath to serve their country, have been deployed abroad, ostensibly to do that service, and now have their lives put at risk. There's Americans in Iraq, Americans in Syria that also fall under it, Americans in Turkey. Basically, anybody in the region, life is now at risk through a retaliation potential from Iran, a real potential. I mean, this isn't theoretical. The Iranians have already demonstrated when they attacked Al-Assad Air Base after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani that they have the real potential of hitting bases decisively in a manner that can that can result in casualties, significant casualties. So here the president has put American lives at risk so that he can stand before the American people and speak absurdly, pontificate about things that didn't happen. This was not a decisive action. He did not destroy Fordo. This wasn't a brilliant strike. This was a national embarrassment.
What do you expect the international reaction would be? I'll give you a menu and you can go wherever you want. Russia, China, India, Pakistan.
Well, first of all, we have to realize that the United States is a rogue nation right now, that we are operating outside the framework of international law. I want to remind people that back in February 4th of 2022, Vladimir Putin flew to Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping on the eve of the Beijing Winter Olympics. And the two of them published a 5,000-word joint document in which they said that the rules-based international order that serves as the foundation of how America interacts with the world is a problem, and that Russia and China reject this, and they are going to counter with the law-based international order that's premised on the Charter of the United Nations. And this is a major commitment by them, and much of the rest of the world seeks to adhere to the United Nations Charter, this framework of international law. So all of the nations that you mentioned, I believe, will be working to ensure that America's gross act of irresponsibility and illegality doesn't destroy this framework of international law. And I think you'll be seeing the Russians and the Chinese moving to isolate the United States at the Security Council, at the United Nations, Pakistan doing the same thing. This doesn't mean that they can't provide assistance to Iran, and they are going to provide assistance to Iran. But I believe that all of these nations will be working to prevent an escalation, a dangerous escalation of this conflict. I think the goal right now is to isolate the United States and keep the United States from re-engaging militarily while allowing Iran to continue its lawful retaliation against Israel. Remember, Israel initiated this by carrying out an unlawful, illegal surprise attack. with no justification. Israel hasn't even tried to make cognizable an argument under Article 51, preeminent self-defense. They haven't done that because they can't do that.
Right.
Because any imminent threat is nullified by the fact that the Iranians were actively in negotiations dealing with the very issue at hand. Iran, however, has gone to the United Nations, has said that they will defend themselves, and Iran's legitimacy of carrying out these strikes against Israel continue until which time Israel stops striking Iran. It is literally, the more Israel bombs Iran, the more legitimate Iran's retaliation becomes. So I think what we're going to see is the international community working to contain this problem. Already you see the United States reaching out to China, asking for Chinese intervention to keep the Iranians from shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Whether or not China acts on that, I don't know. But the point is, you see the Iranian foreign minister flying to Russia, to Moscow, to meet with Vladimir Putin. I think the Iranians will hold off on any precipitous act until they have touched base with all of their supporters. And I do believe that Iran will remain consistent to international law and not seek to act in a manner which, while maybe justifiable from an emotional standpoint, would not be allowed under international. For instance, for Iran to strike Saudi Arabia today is not something that would be permitted, because the American forces deployed in Saudi Arabia did not participate in this attack, and
Right.
Saudi Arabia has condemned this. So I don't, for the people that think that Iran's going to come out and lash out irresponsibly, I don't see that happening. What I believe Iran will do is continue to operate within the framework of international law, working to isolate the United States and keep the focus on where it belongs, which is the criminal actions of Israel.
What is the extent of damage that Iran has caused in Israel, which the Netanyahu regime is keeping from the West and from all media?
The fact is, we don't know exactly because
they're keeping it from us. What do you think, though, just from the nature of your understanding of the destructive power of the projectiles that have been launched and of the weakening power of their so-called Iron Dome?
Well, we also have to emphasize the accuracy of these missiles, meaning that when you launch a missile with destructive power, there's a difference between landing in a civilian population area and hitting a target of military or economic value. And the Iranians are using weapons that have a high degree of accuracy. They're targeting military targets. This isn't me speaking. I mean, I know people are out there going, well, Scott, you're just a tool of this, that, and the other thing. This statement actually comes from the former head of an Israeli intelligence unit, Unit 8200, who has said that, we, the Israelis, are trying to, paint the Iranians as animals, as beasts. But he said the fact is they're a very capable modern state who's behaving properly in the targeting of Israel, that their targets are exclusively military in nature or related to, legitimate national security, targetable sites. This is a senior Israeli official saying this, and that's the reality. Iran is doing horrific damage to the Israelis. These strikes are very accurate. They're inflicting a tremendous amount of damage on Israel. And Israel is a small nation unable to absorb this damage. And so if this conflict continues, you're going to see Israel face the reality that its ability to sustain a functionality as a viable nation state is being eroded by an Iranian retaliatory capacity that doesn't seem to have a bottom. Moreover, you speak of the Iron Dome. I hear people say, well, Israel will become defenseless in several days when they run out of interceptor missiles. Judge, Israel's defenseless now. They have all the interceptor missiles they need right now on a daily basis, and they're backed up by the United States. They haven't run out of missiles yet. They're firing.
Why are they defenseless if they have not run out of missiles? Explain, please.
Because the Iron Dome doesn't work. It can't defend against a modern missile threat. I mean, and I say this not only to point out the fact that Iron Dome isn't working, but, those Americans who listen to the president when he briefs on the Golden Dome, an American ballistic missile defense shield, I'm here to tell you right now, many of the technologies that would be incorporated in that are incorporated by the United States into Israel's ballistic missile defense shield, and they aren't stopping this. And the Iranian missiles, while they're very good, don't compete with Russian intercontinental ballistic missiles in terms of technology lethality. This missile defense is a sham. It's a joke. It's a scam, and it's played out daily by the Iranians firing missiles specifically designed to defeat the missile shield that Israel and the United States have erected.
Wow. I have to stop for just a moment and point out that nearly 49,000 people are watching us live. Putting that in perspective, that's more people than could fit inside of Yankee Stadium here in New York City. Thank you very much for that. We're going to continue, but thank you very much for the size of this audience. Thank you for watching us. Please subscribe and please like. How wrong-headed, how boneheaded from a military perspective was it to do all of this? And what do you think it cost? They sent some very heavy planes flying westward outside of California as a decoy. They had all this military equipment bombing Iran. And according to you and your sources, all they did was make some holes in the desert. What did it cost?
I mean, something like this, I can't give you the exact figure, Judge, because I don't have it at my fingertips, and I'm not smart enough to retain that in my brain housing group on a permanent basis. But they burn gas. There's every flight hour of a B-2 bomber has a price tag attached to it. This was a very lengthy flight. We're talking about something, we know that they fired 30 cruise missiles. The price tag of a cruise missile is different, remember, because you have to think about just about the cost of the missile that we fired, but the replacement cost. And this is like buying gold. You can buy gold a year ago and pay, 2,000 something for an ounce. But if you buy it today, you're paying 3,400. It costs more.
Right.
And so we're throwing around golden coins, and we have to rebuy them to replenish the stocks. This is a strike that I believe, when the total price tag is farmed out, it'll touch upon $100 million for just this strike, maybe more. But again, it accomplished nothing. It actually did worse than accomplish nothing. It's pushed America in a bind, as I mentioned, Judge. Militarily speaking, failure to achieve the desired destruction at a given site requires a restrike. Here's the problem. When the president, who has announced that Fordo was destroyed I can't remember the exact words he used.
He used the word totally obliterated. That was
obliterated. Now, I may be a simple Marine, and obliterated has one too many syllables for me to normally process. But the fact is, to me, it means that you've sort of taken it out.
Right.
It doesn't exist anymore. And Fordo is the exact opposite of that. It is not obliterated. What happens when this reality becomes clear? What happens when the Iranians take TV crews in there and show the world that the president's words are empty, that Pete Hegseth has failed to deliver on his promise, that Marco Rubio, his brilliant plan, is collapsed? What does this narcissistic egomaniac do? And that, does he restrike? Does he say we're going to bomb again? And knowing that the best weapon he had, 6 B-2 bombers, with 12 massive ordnance penetrators, didn't do the job. Does he use nuclear weapons now? This is literally we're in a very dangerous situation. And now what happens when the reality that this claims he made about destroying the Iranian nuclear program? He hasn't destroyed anything. It's been evacuated. It is in hiding. And we don't know where it is, and we don't know how to find it. What does he do now? Does he say, I'm going to bomb you into oblivion until you declare the totality of your program and subject it to international inspections? And what weapons does he use? We don't have an infinite number of these weapons. At what point in time does this become a nuclear problem for the United States? We have crossed the Rubicon. This is a very dangerous path that we are undertaking, and we don't have good leaders. We don't have good leaders making sound decisions, and the proof of that is the decision they make to support this act of insanity.
Last question. What do you think Iran will do in the next week or so?
Iran so far has behaved responsibly. They've acted within the four corners of international law, and they haven't done anything precipitously. Iran has a campaign plan that's been in the works for decades that they're implementing right now to break the back of Israel. So logically speaking, you would expect Iran to stay with this plan, not to allow themselves to be deviated. Much like we talk about Russia and Ukraine, how there are acts that the Ukrainians carry out acts that are designed to get Russia to overreact. I believe, there's a temptation now for the Iranians to overreact, and I can't say that they're not going to do that. But the fact that their foreign minister is flying to Moscow to meet with Vladimir Putin is indicative of the reality that they are looking to craft an international coalition to isolate the United States, and that their best vehicle for this is international law. So I see Iran not striking out against American bases. Now, of course, we're going to end this program and we'll see that the Iranians have hit the American bases, and everybody will say that Scott Ritter's an idiot. This is the danger of doing you're doing a prognosis live on TV with incomplete information. But my gut feeling is that Iran knows that they're playing a winning hand against Israel, and that ultimately they will want to continue to play that hand, and they will work with their allies to take care of the American problem, to get America away from this. And I'll say something that gives me some hope. I believe Iran understands the consequences of their actions, that if they do something, that the United States is capable of hitting them very hard. So they want to prevent that. But Iran also understands that Israel's nuclear program is a long-term threat. One of the things that came out of this action is that Dmitry Medvedev, the former Russian president, former Russian prime minister, current deputy of the National Security Council in Russia, has talked about, for the first time publicly, Israel's nuclear program and the incompatibility of that program with international norms and standards. By attacking Iran's nuclear sites the way the United States did, there should be a massive backlash in terms of the damage the United States has done to the nuclear nonproliferation regime. I believe the International Atomic Energy Agency will have no choice but to issue statements condemning the American action. And what we could see, especially if Israel's back is broken, is that one of the results of this tragic set of events is that when the dust settles, Israel will be compelled to turn its program over to international inspections, because Israel will have been identified as being incompatible with the very international law that Russia, China, and others have said is the foundation of how they want to go forward in a global geopolitical sense.
Did you detect in former Russian President Medvedev's tone, and do you conclude from that and the arrival of the Iranian foreign minister in Moscow a feeling that Moscow is going to provide some kind of military aid to Iran?
The Iranians have been very careful here. If you remember, Vladimir Putin has spoken about this just a few days ago, where he spoke about the security framework agreement that had been signed between the two nations. He said there's no military treaty obligations here, and that was because of Iran.
Right.
The reason why they did that, let me just make it clear. Had Iran signed a military agreement with the Russians, this war would be over. Because, as Vladimir Putin said yesterday, Israel, he said, a significant percentage of the population speak Russian. He said Israel, in many extents, is an extension of Russia. So imagine now that you're the Russian president, you have a military agreement with Iran, Israel has attacked Iran, and now Iran is retaliating as it's allowed to do, but doing significant harm to a nation that Russia identifies as an extension of Russia. There would be immediate Russian diplomatic intervention, and the Iranians would never be able to complete their mission. So this is why the Iranians didn't get involved in an entangling alliance, because some people say, well, that would strengthen Iran's hands. From the Iranian perspective, it actually weakens their hand. They are free now. They have freedom of action to continue this operation without any treaty-linked obligation to, respect Russian diplomacy, Russian diplomatic interventions, etc. A security alliance with Russia would have been very limiting to Iran. Right now, Iran is actually a stronger nation because they don't have such an alliance.
Wow. Scott, I want you to know that there are 62,000 people watching us right now. This is far and away the largest live audience that Judging Freedom has ever had. I realize it's a Sunday at lunchtime here in the East Coast of the United States, but to all of you watching now, thank you very much. You've just seen a terrific military geopolitical analysis of the mess that the United States has commenced in Iran. Write and call your member of Congress. Tell Congress to reassert itself. Under the Constitution, only Congress can declare war. Only Congress can initiate and authorize this kind of an attack. The president can't do it on its own. Whether you're represented by a liberal Democrat, a conservative Republican, a progressive, a libertarian, whatever they may be, remind them of Congress's role under the Constitution. Scotty, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow afternoon. Deeply appreciated. I hope you can go back and enjoy Sunday afternoon with your family. Thank you.
Salute, Quinn.
Vowed to end America's endless wars. Instead, he just launched a brand new one based on nothing, aimed at nowhere, and achieving less than zero. In a geopolitical plot twist that feels more like bad satire than strategy, but then Trump's presidencies always put the satirists out of business because they can't possibly outdo him, the self-styled peace president has fired bunker busters at empty bunkers, handed Iran a moral high ground they didn't even ask for, and painted a neon target on every American soldier in the Middle East, all while Netanyahu cheers from the sidelines like his opening night at a Broadway play that he'd written himself. The so-called strike on Iran's nuclear program achieved the military equivalent of punching plasterboard whilst blindfolded. No uranium was hit. No enrichment was stopped. No strategy at all explained. Trump called it a spectacular success, though, didn't he? But it's hard to imagine a more perfect example of spending millions to do nothing and still managing to make everything worse. What's been shattered isn't a nuclear facility, but America's credibility, legal integrity, and global standing. And as for Donald Trump, well, everything he has coming now, both abroad and at home, he has brought squarely down upon himself.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Razenkane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so that was Donald Trump there, applauding his own idiocy in one of the most ill-conceived, strategically bankrupt acts of US foreign policy, possibly in US history. The staggeringly stupid Satsuma-skinned simpleton has ordered direct military strikes on Iran overnight, targeting 3 nuclear sites with bunker-busting bombs. The strikes, conducted in cooperation with Israel and in furtherance of Benjamin Netanyahu's disastrous regional ambitions, as well as his desire to do whatever it takes to stay in power, being widely condemned as an act of both stupidity and provocation. A diplomatic and military car crash driven straight off a cliff by the very man who once branded himself the no-war president. Well, that's straight in the bin now, isn't it? And here he is, basking in what he thinks was ever such a clever stunt, which is going to prove anything but. Instead of having the final word on the matter and deterring further conflict, Trump has all but guaranteed it widening now, dragging the US headlong into a war that it had absolutely no business getting involved in, and neither Trump has all but guaranteed it widening now, dragging the US headlong into a war that it had absolutely no business getting involved in, and neither started nor can possibly control. The American strikes targeting Iran's nuclear facilities in Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo, locations that crucially were already cleared of nuclear enrichment materials at that. These are, relatively speaking, older sites. The International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, has confirmed that no increase in radiation levels have followed the attacks, proving that there were no active materials present. Iran anticipated the aggression. They anticipated that Zionist pressure would lead Trump to striking them, and had therefore moved its uranium and its enrichment materials to undisclosed sites in the days prior. The US military, therefore, succeeded only in pummeling reinforced concrete and rock at a cost of millions of dollars in the process. These bunker-busting bombs are $500 million apiece, incidentally. Trump, in his usual performative swagger, declared the strikes a spectacular success. In reality, they were a spectacular failure, diplomatically, legally, and strategically. The attack changed nothing on the ground, failed to slow any Iranian nuclear activity whatsoever. They haven't disturbed it at all, and has instead just destabilized an already volatile region. It was the military equivalent of punching a wall. It achieved nothing except to inflame tensions and invite some retaliation. In the hours after the strikes, Iranian state media issued a chilling warning. Every American citizen and military personnel in the region is now a legitimate target. Well done, Donald Trump. Every US military installation throughout West Asia is now a legitimate target for retaliation. With at least 19 US bases spread across the Middle East, from Iraq and Syria to the Persian Gulf, each of them is now a sitting duck, with a target painted on them thanks solely to Donald Trump. American commanders now face the possibility of defending against waves of missile and drone attacks on facilities, frankly, that were never designed to endure full-scale war. built in allied lands as they are, as we've seen Iran quite capable of doing over the last week as well. Benjamin Netanyahu called the US strike a moment that would change history. Now, he might be right in that, but not in the way he hopes. Israel started this war, striking Iranian infrastructure under false claims that Iran was secretly developing nuclear weapons, claims Netanyahu has been making for 30 years now. This is categorically untrue, as it has been for the last 30 years. Iran is a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT. They have a fatwa in place forbidding the production or use of nuclear arms. Meanwhile, Israel has quietly amassed a nuclear arsenal of its own with zero international oversight, thanks in no small part to US protection and covert assistance. Israel, using technology and materials that were provided to them by American and European allies, the French notably, built a secret nuclear weapons program allegedly at Dimona without once facing international scrutiny. Its denials of its existence in place because the US could not assist Israel if they have a known military nuclear asset that's undisclosed. Unlike Iran, Israel has never submitted to inspections, the need to deny the existence of its nukes, as just stated. And unlike Iran, Israel is, of course, the aggressor in this conflict. Back in Washington, Trump now faces serious legal and political fallout for what he has just done as well. The strikes were conducted without congressional approval, a clear violation of the US Constitution. Lawmakers across party lines have condemned the act as unconstitutional, with some calling for impeachment proceedings now. Trump had previously stated he would wait 2 weeks before making any decision on striking Iran, leading many to believe he was waiting out a period of time whereby he would have had to defer to Congress in the meantime. But this turned out to be a deception. Turns out he didn't care about going to Congress at all. It was all likely designed to lull Iran into a false sense of security. But in doing what he's done, he has breached the Constitution now. He's lied to the entire American people. And the commentary on that has come thick and fast. Democrat Sean Casten, hardly a party with much moral high ground to stand on, of course, given they were previously led by genocide Joe Biden, is, however, also correct when he tweeted out that this is not about the merits of Iran's nuclear program. No president has the authority to bomb another country that does not pose an imminent threat to the US without the approval of Congress. This is an unambiguous, impeachable offense. Will that happen? Do they have the votes to succeed? Is the question there. Even Trump's base is split, though. Known for branding himself that peace candidate, he's now launched a new war, and not even for American interests. Nothing in this is in the interest of American people. They're certainly paying for it, though. Many of his supporters are furious, accusing him of hypocrisy and recklessness and betrayal. The right-wing media ecosystem, usually very, very supportive of Trump, is now divided, with many calling the strikes a betrayal of MAGA principles. Marjorie Taylor Greene, normally not a source I would ever want to touch with a barge pole, exemplifies this sentiment, though, having said, every time America is on the verge of greatness, we get involved in another foreign war. There would not be bombs falling on the people of Israel if Netanyahu had not dropped bombs on the people of Iran first. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. This is not our fight. Peace is the answer.
Powerful statement.
Thank you very much, Donald Trump, for putting me in a position where I am actually in agreement with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Former UN Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter has summed the truth of the matter up brilliantly, though, when he went and said, an act of theatre. Trump's big mouth had boxed him into a corner. Iran wouldn't play his game, so he had to bomb Iran to save face. He bombed 2 empty facilities that had been previously struck by Israel, and he bounced 6 bombs off an indestructible facility, Firdos, claiming destruction despite the opposite being the case. That's it. A contained strike, a nothing burger. And this is the man whose supporters call the greatest leader in the world. He's a national disgrace. Firdos, or Fordow, is literally built under a mountain. Even bunker busters cannot get that deep. Trump's decision reeks of personal calculation rather than national interest. There was no cause for the US to go to war with Iran at all. Iran are not a threat to the US. They never have been a direct threat to the US, only to Israel. So why do it? For Israel. Who could put pressure on him to do that when he's ignored Netanyahu whenever he's felt like it? But clearly, wasn't him, was it? Follow the money, therefore. The Zionist paymasters, pressure from the shadows. It's a move that serves Netanyahu's interests, not America's. And the fact he ended his speech by saying, God bless Israel, to speak volumes about who he serves. While Iran might arguably lack the military might to go toe-to-toe with the US in conventional warfare, I say arguably, we really don't know what they are fully capable of. It does possess immense strategic leverage. Its proximity to all of those US bases, Saudi oil fields, and choke points like the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait means it can inflict severe damage without a single ground invasion, both militarily and economically. Iran's close allies, such as the Houthis in Yemen or Hezbollah in Lebanon, have both condemned the US attacks and cited their support for Iran. Yemen has now formally called off its agreement with the US not to strike US targets. Any attempt by Iran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz would send global oil prices soaring. 20% of global oil imports and exports leave through that strait. The economic fallout would be immediate and catastrophic, therefore. If the Houthis of Yemen were to act in coordination and block the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and target strategic shipping in the Red Sea as well, global trade through the Suez Canal would also grind to a halt. Functionally, the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia notably, wouldn't be able to transport any oil without Iran's say-so. Potentially. That's where it could get to. In other words, Iran doesn't need to defeat the US militarily. It simply needs to make the cost of escalation intolerable. Oil shortages would be exceptionally damaging. And the world has reacted sharply to all of this. Those Gulf nations I've just mentioned, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Oman notably, they have condemned the US action, fearing regional blowback on their own economies, escalation and further unrest. Western allies have mostly parroted Israeli talking points, though. Keir Starmer saying as one example that Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security. Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. The situation in the Middle East remains volatile, and stability in the region is a priority. We call on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. For one, their nuclear program was not a threat at all to the world. It's a benefit. Iran is a significant producer of radiopharmaceuticals, which are radioactive drugs used for medical diagnosis and treatment, particularly in nuclear medicine for conditions like cancer. They'd recently made a couple of particularly interesting breakthroughs on that front. Enrichment up to 60%, which Iran had done, and I'd questioned this in the past myself as to why they needed to raise it that high, and were they just winding up the likes of the US and Israel. But apparently it's required for certain medical isotopes. But I'm happy to be corrected on that if that's not the case. That's certainly what I've been told today. Iran is also building a major cancer hospital and radiopharmaceutical center in West Asia with domestically produced equipment worth over 400 million euros. All of their research and products domestically produced because, of course, it has to be. Under the permanent sanctions Iran are constantly under, there's no other way for them to produce this stuff. Oh, and there's the small matter of Starmer's own Attorney General having already told him war in Iran is probably illegal. It has nothing to do with weapons. The only weapon around here, apart from Trump, is the likes of this brill-creamed balloon, rapidly becoming the most hated prime minister in British history, a Zionist without equivocation as he is, spouting off all the sound bites his backers desire, none of it based in fact. As for Iran returning to the negotiating table, they were at it before Israel bombed them, and their chief negotiator is now dead as a result. He was killed last week. I despise Keir Starmer utterly. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, the AEOI, has also condemned the attacks and vowed to pursue legal action. The strikes, they argue, were not just illegal, but also a flagrant violation of international norms and the sovereignty of a peaceful nuclear program. The AEOI has called upon the IAEA to open an investigation into the incident, warning that such violations must not become normalized, even as Iran's relations with the IAEA have become increasingly strained. So all in all, what's Trump actually accomplished here, therefore? He's failed to degrade Iran's nuclear capacity. He has violated international law. He has circumvented his own legislature. He has endangered American lives and likely destroyed any remaining credibility he ever had. What he is not doing is foreign policy. It is geopolitical suicide. And it'll be paid for in American lives if things aren't de-escalated now, and that means dealing with Israel, not Iran. Iran has already begun retaliating. A swift and brutal response. Iranian ballistic missiles struck Tel Aviv and Haifa, inflicting significant damage and forcing Israel to scramble its air defenses, what little they have left. The US attack on Iran marks a dark chapter in American foreign policy. It's not just a blunder, it's an act of self-sabotage engineered to serve the interests of a foreign power. There's nothing for American people. This is all for Israel. Donald Trump has traded constitutional integrity and stability for political theatrics and ideological dogma, and all for Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. This war is not about nuclear weapons, it's about control. It's about dominance. And it's about an American president putting another country's agenda above his own.
They like to talk about regime change. It's the Americans need a regime change. That would help us a lot. Our fucking government and our military leaders is out of fucking control. Somebody got to do something about this shit.
Nation's safety.
That's serious business.
Trump's clown cars crashed already, as we knew it would. How much of the rest of the world will he end up taking down with him after this?
Hey, Trump, last move this bastard pulled them prove. It don't matter which one of them bastards get in there. Democratic, they're gonna do exactly what the fuck those small hats tell them to do, regardless if everybody gotta die. They're gonna do it with a smile on their face because they're all compromised. Now we see you damn near not getting in there unless they got your motherfucking ass. It got to be America has got to have a real change inside of America. The world know that.
More on how Israel's latest attacks have continued to backfire on Netanyahu. Israel far too weak to do any real damage to Iran's nuclear facilities themselves, unlike Iran themselves in return. Check out the latest details of that in this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please do also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss out on all new daily content.
Iraq. The United States has directly attacked Iran in an act of war. Donald Trump has escalated the war on Iran that started on the 13th of June when Israel launched a surprise attack on Iran with the support of the US government. Trump had given Israel's leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, a green light. And now Trump has gone even further, and on the night of the 21st of June, Trump carried out direct airstrikes on Iran, bombing 3 different nuclear sites. And Trump said that those 3 sites were Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan in the center of Iran. Immediately after he ordered these attacks on Iran, Trump gave a speech at the White House. He was surrounded by Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who were all warmongers. And Trump boasted of destroying these 3 major Iranian sites.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Also, after bombing Iran, Trump posted a JPEG of a U.S. flag on his website, Truth Social, gloating over this act of war. So this is a major escalation. This is the first time that the U.S. military has directly bombed Iran in Iranian territory, which is a major violation of international law. It's a violation of the UN Charter. It's a violation of Iran's sovereignty. And it's an aggressive act of war. And there will be consequences. This is by no means the end of this conflict. Iran made it very clear that it will retaliate and hit U.S. military targets, and it has many options. There are at least 40,000 U.S. troops in West Asia, in the so-called Middle East, and there are dozens of U.S. military bases and other military installations all across the region. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, the U.S. has bases or other military installations in the following countries: Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates, as well as the nearby countries of Djibouti, Greece, and Turkey. And in particular, Qatar hosts the U.S. military Central Command Forward Headquarters, and Bahrain hosts the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. So these are all potential targets for Iranian retaliation. And believe me, Tehran is going to respond. It's inevitable. And Trump knows this. Tehran has to respond, because if not, it will look weak and it will only inspire further U.S. attacks and further Israeli attacks. Iran has to establish a deterrence, because at this point, the Iranian military recognizes very clearly that the goal of the U.S. and Israel is regime change. This is not about Iran's nuclear program. In fact, the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, who oversees the U.S. spy agencies, Tulsi Gabbard, admitted in testimony for the U.S. Senate in March, just 3 months ago, that Iran is not building nuclear weapons. Iran does not have nukes. Listen here.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Now, this is obviously a very inconvenient fact for Trump, which is now waging war on Iran. So on the day that Trump attacked Iran, that morning, he pressured Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, to go out and issue a statement on Twitter saying that actually I was wrong in my testimony. The media supposedly was taking it out of context, which is completely absurd. She said very clearly Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, but she claimed under Trump's pressure that actually Iran could soon have a nuclear weapon. This shows how she completely sold out. She abandoned any so-called principles that if she ever even had them. And Tulsi Gabbard helped Donald Trump to sell this illegal war of aggression based on a lie. I discussed that in another video, which I will link to in the description below, in which I showed how Trump is recycling the exact same propaganda and disinformation used by the George W. Bush administration in the lead up to the illegal U.S. invasion of Iraq. Now, back in 2003, the Bush administration falsely claimed that Iraq supposedly had weapons of mass destruction, WMDs, and they used that as an excuse to destroy Iraq to carry out regime change. Today, Trump is doing exactly the same thing. U.S. spy agencies admit that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, but in the speech that Trump gave at the White House after bombing Iran, he claimed that the goal is to destroy Iran's nuclear program, and he referred to Iran as a so-called nuclear threat.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Now, the irony of all of this is that we know that before the U.S. and Israel started this war on Iran on the 13th of June, Iran was not developing nuclear weapons. But now that the U.S. and Israel are directly attacking Iran, it makes it significantly more likely that Iran will actually develop nuclear weapons. There are so many historical parallels to what happened in Iraq. In 1981, Israel bombed Iraq's nuclear facilities with the support of the U.S., and the response of the Iraqi government was to invest significantly more money and resources in nuclear technology, in research and development. So the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iraq only made the possibility of war more likely. And then in 1990 and 1991, the U.S. waged its first war on Iraq, the Gulf War. And then George W. Bush in 2002 delivered his famous Axis of Evil speech, in which he claimed that Iraq, Iran, and North Korea were part of a so-called Axis of Evil.
The Iranian people's hope for freedom. Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. This is a regime that has something to hide from the civilized world. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. By seeking weapons of mass destruction, these regimes pose a grave and growing danger.
And when he delivered the speech, everyone in the world knew that the U.S. was preparing for war on Iraq, and the U.S. invaded Iraq just over a year later in March 2003. So Iran knew, and North Korea knew, that they were next to be targeted by the U.S. for war. This is why in January 2003, a year after Bush delivered the Axis of Evil speech, North Korea withdrew from the NPT, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and North Korea developed nuclear weapons. And that's the reason that today, North Korea, the DPRK, still exists as an independent government. The U.S. has been not able to wage war because it has nuclear weapons. Iran has obviously learned from this history, and it learned from what happened in Libya. In 2003, Libya and its leader Muammar Gaddafi was afraid of a potential U.S. military attack given the U.S. war in Iraq. So Libya decided to resort to diplomacy, and Muammar Gaddafi signed an agreement with the U.S. and the West, and Libya dismantled its nuclear program. And what happened? 8 years later, in 2011, US-led NATO forces waged a regime change war on Libya. They overthrew the Libyan government. They killed the Libyan leader, Muammar Gaddafi. And still today, there is chaos and civil war in much of Libya over a decade later. Iran is not going to allow that to happen. Iran is not going to be the next Libya and the next Iraq. So now that Donald Trump has directly attacked Iran, he has opened Pandora's box. It's become completely obvious to the entire world that this is a U.S. war. Yes, Israel is also involved, but it's the United States that is calling the shots. This is not an Israeli war. It's not Israel that's dragging the U.S. into this war. This is a war being waged by the U.S. empire, just like how the U.S. waged war on Iraq and Libya and Syria and Yemen and Afghanistan, and go back to Vietnam and Korea and Yugoslavia and Panama and Grenada and Nicaragua. The list goes on. The U.S. is at war with Iran, and the Iranian government is going to take the actions necessary to preserve the Iranian state, to prevent regime change. And that means that it's almost certain now that Iran is actually going to pursue nuclear weapons. The U.S. has made it pretty much inevitable that Iran will develop nuclear weapons. And this means that other countries in the region and potentially around the world will also pursue nuclear weapons, including, let's say, countries like Turkey. You know, Erdogan is going to be watching very closely. Turkey is a very large, important country like Iran. And if Iran develops nuclear weapons, Turkey might as well. Potentially even Egypt, potentially Saudi Arabia. So this could lead to more nuclear proliferation. And I have to stress that Donald Trump bears a lot of responsibility for this, because in 2018, Trump unilaterally withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, which had been signed back in 2015, which was known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. This was a deal that was not only signed by the US and Iran, but by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council of the UN, which includes the US, France, the UK, China, and Russia, plus 1, Germany, plus the European Union. And then the United Nations approved this deal. It was written into international law through a UN Security Council resolution. Trump sabotaged all of that agreement. He reimposed sanctions on Iran illegally and has made it much more likely that Iran will actually pursue nuclear weapons. And this is why it's completely absurd that in the speech that Trump delivered in the White House on the 21st of June after attacking Iran, he threatened Iran and said, "You must make peace." He ridiculously claimed that Iran is the so-called bully of the Middle East, when actually it's the US and Israel that are constantly at war with all of these countries. The US has been at war in West Asia for decades. And yet Trump says he supposedly wants peace. But it's actually Trump who sabotaged the previous peace deal that the US brokered with Iran in 2015 under the Barack Obama administration. And it's Trump who's waging this war. Listen to Trump's outrageous hypocrisy here.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
This is absurd on so many levels, because Iran was previously participating in so-called peace talks with the Trump administration when it was attacked by the US and Israel in this surprise war of aggression on the 13th of June. After Trump returned to office for his second term in January, Iran participated in 5 rounds of talks with US officials as part of negotiations for a new nuclear deal. Or at least Iran thought that the US wanted to sign a new deal. But in reality, the Trump administration was using these talks as cover, as Trump was planning with Netanyahu to carry out this war of aggression against Iran. So why would Iran go back to the negotiating table, especially after the US and Israel have literally killed some of the Iranian negotiators? The people who were in peace talks, what they thought were peace talks, with the US just a few weeks ago, they're dead now. And in fact, Trump himself boasted of killing these Iranian officials. Just after Israel started this war of aggression on Iran with Trump's green light on the 13th of June, Trump posted on his website Truth Social, and he boasted that Iranian officials, quote, didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead now, and it will only get worse, end quote. How can Iran negotiate with this? I mean, this is just terror tactics. You cannot negotiate with someone who is killing your negotiators and waging war on you and planning surprise attacks when you think you're negotiating peace talks. And in this post on Truth Social, Trump proudly referred to what the US and Israel were doing in Iran as, quote, slaughter, end quote. And then he said that, quote, the next already planned attacks will be even more brutal, end quote. So Trump, in an Orwellian fashion, claims that now that he's attacked Iran and bombed Iran's nuclear sites, he wants peace. He's trying to convince the world that war is peace, but he actually opened Pandora's box. Iran has to respond because Iran recognizes that the goal of the US is not just destroying Iran's nuclear program. It is regime change. What Washington wants is to impose a puppet in Tehran, like the US did in 1953 when the CIA backed a coup that overthrew Iran's democratically elected prime minister Mohammad Mossadegh and installed the Shah, the king, a brutal dictator who governed with the support of the US from 1953 until 1979, when the people of Iran carried out a revolution. And ever since then, the US empire has tried to crush Iran and overturn the Iranian revolution. And now that the US is directly at war with Iran, this is a huge escalation. Iran is going to retaliate. They are going to hit US military targets in the region. And this is not in any way the end of the conflict. And before I conclude here, I want to mention one other detail, which is that on the 20th of June, one day before Trump carried out this attack on Iran, the renowned journalist Seymour Hersh published an article in which he cited US and Israeli sources, and he made it clear that Trump was planning heavy bombing of Iran, and that US officials told him that their goal was to overthrow Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. That is, decapitation of the Iranian leadership for regime change. Again, this is not just about the nuclear program. But there was another important detail in this report by Seymour Hersh that I think says a lot about the priorities of Trump and the US government. Seymour Hersh, again, this is a world-renowned journalist. He won the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on the Vietnam War. He's exposed many US crimes, including, the crimes committed by the US at its torture camps in Iraq and these black sites. But in this report on Trump's attack on Iran, Seymour Hersh noted that Trump was waiting for Wall Street to close, and that's why Trump was going to attack Iran on the weekend. And he did attack Iran on the 21st of June, which was a Saturday, because Trump didn't want to cause massive volatility in capital markets. So what we see is a clear example of what Donald Trump actually cares about. When he's launching a war on a foreign country like Iran, he makes sure to do it on a weekend, because when the stock market opens on Monday, he wants to make sure that all of his billionaire friends on Wall Street are not mad at him. He wants to make sure he doesn't crash the stock market like he's previously done with his tariff announcement and all of this. So this really shows that for the US government, the interests of Wall Street come above everything else. That is the top priority of the US president, is serving the billionaire capitalist oligarchs on Wall Street. And of course, there are 13 billionaires in the Trump administration, or at least there were until Elon Musk left. Now there are 12. But Trump himself is a billionaire, and these oligarchs are the people who are actually determining what US government policy is. all of these wars of aggression that the US wages around the world constantly against Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Libya, Syria, Vietnam, Korea, Yugoslavia, the list goes on. These wars are waged on behalf of these oligarchs on Wall Street, of these big billionaire capitalists who fund politicians in Washington from both political parties and who are heavily invested in the military-industrial complex. And they're now going to be raking in more and more profits as Trump is waging yet another war in West Asia. And again, I have to stress that this is very, very dangerous because Iran has more than 90 million people. It's significantly larger even than Iraq was. So we are entering a very dangerous moment. And if you want to be informed about what is actually happening in the world with these constant US wars, please follow our work here at Geopolitical Economy Report. I am Ben Norton. I'm the editor-in-chief. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Please like and subscribe. Please share this. I will see you all next time.
And the attack against some Iranian nuclear facilities, like did Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu was celebrating these attacks, and as a matter of fact, in Israel, they're now saying that we're almost done and almost accomplished all of the mission in Iran, with the reports coming from Israel that if the supreme leader of Iran decides to end this now, we're happy to get to a ceasefire tomorrow. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that now we have made a very significant progress and we might end this very soon because we don't want to get into a war of attrition. Benjamin Netanyahu is showing clear signs of worry from the prospect of this reaching to a war of attrition, where Iran would undoubtedly have the upper hand. However, not everyone is agreeing that the United States carried out this huge attack. And as a matter of fact, we've been speaking about it since the actual attack took place, with Donald Trump's statement looking more like theatrics and a show rather than anything substantial. However, now more evidence is coming up, and there are satellite images. For example, we had these images being published by Maxar of the damage in Fordo in particular. These were images of Fordo before. Then they had images of the place recently. You can see these are the openings here, and this is where the United States carried out the targets. You can see 3 big holes, could be indicating that only 3 missiles on each side landed. However, could be a case of the United States landing potentially more in the same location. That's very, very different from what Donald Trump stated about completely destroying the thing. I mean, for years, people have been speaking, and I have been speaking about the fact that they can't touch Iran's nuclear program because of how they've actually built it into a mountain. It's very heavily fortified, and there were lots of people who showed skepticism about the capability of the United States to have danger or a lot of harm, cause a lot of harm to the Iranian nuclear program. So that's very far from what Donald Trump is saying. As a matter of fact, mainstream media, even in the United States, is talking about the fact that there wasn't actually that much damage, and it's far from what Donald Trump is telling us. 3 holes in this area, 3 holes in that other area too. Which means that, and again, look at this area, for example, still perfectly fine, and it hasn't been touched. The United States told Iran that they were about to carry attack 2 days before. And they told also the Iranians that we're looking to overthrow a government. Clearly a case of show and Benjamin Netanyahu wanted this, therefore Donald Trump gave him what he wanted. Now, saying all of that, and despite the fact that it's nothing significant here, that doesn't mean that the Iranians are going to take this lightly or have taken this lightly. As a matter of fact, there were multiple confirmations from senior figures in Iran, from the president moving forward, that the enrichment is going to continue. They're going to rebuild everything that has been damaged. The damage wasn't that severe, and that Iran is going to continue its program despite all of this. Now, some of the things that were published in Israel were very interesting today, because Benjamin Netanyahu, he had this statement hailing this as a massive success initially, but there were multiple articles and reports in the Israeli mainstream media casting doubt. For example, this article here in the Israeli Ynet told, despite the flapping of history's wings, a white flag will probably not arrive. People are clearly aware that Iran will not raise the white flag, and Iran will not surrender. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu also made some statements. Benjamin Netanyahu today said that Iran war will end only when Israel achieves its goals. Prime Minister rules out premature ceasefire, vows to continue military campaign until nuclear and missile threats are neutralized. Hamas is defeated and all the hostages are returned. That's also, he's involving Gaza here too. We are very close to completing our objectives, though, Benjamin Netanyahu said. In the full statement, in one of the longer statements that he made, he also said that, well, we are also opening options with what we're doing in Iran, but we're definitely not going to allow this war to become a war of attrition, because from an Israeli perspective, this is very problematic, because they know very well that they can't go to a war of attrition. Benjamin Netanyahu is still trying to show some strength here. However, he's failing, because apart from his statements that are saying that we're close to kind of getting there, there are other reports in Israel about what's actually happening, what they're really thinking. For example, this report here: if Khamenei stops the fire, we will accept that Israel is signaling readiness to end the war with Iran. Now, why are they saying that they're ready to end the war with Iran now? Is it because of their strength? What is it exactly? Israel, if they have the upper hand and if they have an advantage, they will never go to a ceasefire. Nothing would stop them from continuing their barbarism, like what they've done with Gaza. But when they are dealing with Iran, Iran is clearly having capabilities to strike Israel. It's more difficult for them. Now, in relation to Iran and the continuation of the enrichment, what are they saying exactly, and where do they stand? There were a couple of statements today coming from the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, and also the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian. The Iranian president, he said that the United States will be punished for what it conducted. That's number one. So coming from the president of Iran, it's a very important statement. How, where, when, all of these things would depend on Iran and its interest, whether they want to have a very aggressive attack against US forces, risking further escalation, or would they want something just symbolic against the United States to punish them for what they've done, but then continue on Israel, because they know that that would be the most effective thing to do, and that's how they can hurt Israel the most, by not trying to engage in a greater war with the United States. But they would need to do something with the United States, because the United States conducted a huge crime inside of Iran in a very big act of terror inside of Iran. Now, they spoke about continuing to enrich uranium. The Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, he made a very interesting statement because people were talking about diplomacy and, you know, are you going to continue and what have you. And he actually made a very interesting statement that I wanted to share with you. Let's listen to the Iranian foreign minister and what he had to say in this video here.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans, happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked. Well, I think it is irrelevant.
So quite a very straightforward answer coming from the Iranian foreign minister. They were already talking. As a matter of fact, they were talking out of a gesture of goodwill, to be fair, because they were talking with the same man who went out unilaterally of the previous agreement that they had with Iran. Donald Trump completely ripped to shreds the agreement that Barack Obama reached with Iran at the time after a very prolonged effort. But now it's not just about the fact that there is no diplomacy. We are talking about a state of war, and we're talking about a very dangerous phase of that war. Iran's biggest nuclear facilities attacked. Whether or not they were severely damaged, that's a separate story, but they were attacked. So that's a huge crime, and that is a huge act of terror against a sovereign state. The most dangerous statement that came in relation to the nuclear program of Iran and continuing to enrich uranium, apart from the confirmations that came from Iranians themselves, of course, came from the deputy head of the National Security Council in Russia, which is a very important position, second to Shoigu, who is the most senior figure in the security establishment in Russia. And he was also, this man, the previous prime minister of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev. Dmitry Medvedev made a couple of posts. He had a couple of posts on social media. And he said this today in one of his posts. The enrichment of nuclear material, and now we can say it outright, the future production of nuclear weapons will continue. A number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. Now, analysts and observers have already known that Iran, number one, could obtain nuclear weapons if it so wishes. Another prospect is, well, Iran could actually have nuclear weapons for that moment that they feel like they need nuclear weapons. But now, such a senior position in the Russian establishment saying this outright is giving a support, is giving a backing for a de facto nuclear Iran. This is something very important because this goes against all of the attempts that the United States and Israel are trying to enforce on Iran. They're trying to make Iran not to have a nuclear program that was declared to be for civil purposes. But now you have the Russian establishment, who are very close, of course, to Iran, telling you the future production of nuclear weapons. And by the way, if they need a nuclear bomb, they can get it. Now you might think, okay, well, who can give them a nuclear bomb? And the answer is, well, many countries can give Iran nuclear bombs. North Korea can give them nuclear bombs. Pakistan can give them nuclear bombs. China can give them nuclear bombs. And also, Russia itself can give them nuclear bombs. And there were reports from last year already that Russia made available some nuclear bombs or nuclear warheads to Iran in case things escalate further and they have to advance and take it to that level. These are very, very important developments here, where Iran is clearly understanding that it's in a very strong position. They're not backing down. They are calculating everything in a very strategic manner, and they are continuing with their attacks on Israel. As a matter of fact, just hours after the US act of terrorism inside of Iran, Iran conducted one of the most effective blows and actions against Israel. Today, and we spoke about this earlier on, they carried out multiple attacks on Israel. The Iranians reported that they targeted, or that their strikes included, the Ben Gurion airport, the Israeli regime's biological research center, and logistics bases alongside various bureaus of its command and control centers. And in many of these cases, they are embedded in civilian areas. Again, Israel, everything that they used to blame the Palestinians of doing, every time they try and blame them, it's a confession to what they actually do. Every accusation is a confession. And people in Israel are posting on social media, why did we not know that there is this place in this area? However, Iran is, of course, targeting them because they're legitimate targets. So a very effective attack Iran carried out today, and the damage was very, very heavy. There were more videos being published about the scale of the damage that came following the Iranian attack, and this video here was one of them, showing you exactly how much damage has been done. And that was only from one missile, by the way. So Iran targeted Israel with several missiles, but this area was only one missile that Iran launched on Israel. So clearly, they didn't want to give Israel a lot of time to be happy and get this kick out of this attack that came from the United States. Now, the United States themselves, clearly, there are some people in the administration who appear to be confused. Firstly, all of their faces were confused and baffled in a way, reluctant. J.D. Vance today is saying, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. Interesting. You don't have a war with a country, but you can have a war with part of the thing that the country is doing. But hey, come on. I mean, the United States at the end of the day is the same country that made up the war on terror. For the first time in history, we had a war on a term open for so many interpretations, as a matter of fact, endless interpretations, and a term that gives a blank check for the military-industrial complex. Hello, tomorrow I'll consider everything to be terror, and then I'll declare war. So from J.D. Vance's perspective, we're not at war with Iran, we're at war with Iran's nuclear program. Very interesting. Now, some people are having more harsh tones, like Marco Rubio, a stauncher Zionist, in the administration, saying if Iran responds to our attack, there will be severe consequences. Boo-hoo. You think they're afraid. But there are some moves that are being conducted now by Iran. And these moves include tensions in the Hormuz Strait. How did this begin? It began by the Iranian council, one of the main councils in Iran, legislative, saying that we advise the country to close the Strait of Hormuz. Then there were certain moves. In the beginning, it was just an advisory thing. And in particular, the Iranian Shura Council, by the way, they recommended that the Hormuz Strait should be closed, and they left the decision to the Iranian National Security Council. And this came after senior Iranian lawmakers raised the possibility of withdrawing from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty as well, and the strategic and closing the strategic Hormuz Strait today as options of retaliation against the US and the attack on the Iranian nuclear sites. Then we started to have certain moves. Now, these moves came after tanks started returning, or reports are saying that Iran has started returning tankers to the Strait of Hormuz, with more reports saying that people need to expect prices to start rising. These were some of the images that are coming here. Iran previously forced a British ship that was looking to get in to turn back. But now we're talking about tankers. This means that Iran is already warning that certain actions can be made to cause, well, to apply pressure. Because at the end of the day, you know, the United States doing all of this against Iran, Israel too being allowed and enabled, and the European countries that were speaking with Iran, calling Iran itself to de-escalate rather than actually applying pressure on Israel to stop its aggression. But we cannot conclude from this move of Iran that this is going to be the main strategy they're going to do, and they're going to all of a sudden stop everything. Some people are saying, how can they do that even when they have like deals with China or what have you? Well, it's because they're going to keep the strait open for their business with China, but closed for business when it comes to America and its allies, to apply pressure on them. The likelihood is that Iran will continue to conduct attacks against Israel. Today, there was a statement from the head of the Iranian army who said that Israel is going to regret it. And there was another statement that came from the head of the IRGC, the IRGC chief, who said that there will be no let-up in attacks on Israel. In this report here in one of the Iranian media outlets, there is no pause in the retaliatory strikes the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps is conducting against the Zionist regime, Major General Muhammad Pakpour said. In a meeting with IRGC commanders on Sunday, Major General Pakpour said, "We are at a critical juncture." They're realizing that we're in a sensitive situation at the moment. He stated that the IRGC Aerospace Force units are conducting operations against the Israeli regime uninterruptedly, noting that the attacks have disrupted calm among the Zionists, to say the least. And indeed, they are penetrating the multi-layered air defense systems of Israel. The commander also lauded the growing solidarity among the Iranian people following the Israeli aggression. So clearly, we're not talking about anything that's looking to de-escalate between the two. The biggest question that we are facing now, after verifying that this attack that came from the United States, aside from it being a crime and an act of terror, was more theatrics than actual substantial attack intended to seriously harm the capabilities of Iran's uranium enrichment. Another thing is, well, they told the Iranians that they were about to attack 2 days before, as confirmed by a CBS report, and they reassured the Iranians that we're not looking to take down your establishment. It wasn't an act to take down the capabilities of Iran. Now we're seeing a race. There is a very high likelihood that Iran will come back with full force. They removed all of the uranium from that area because they were preparing anyway. Some reports from Iran said they removed it way back because they were prepared to be attacked by Israel or the United States, or an attack from both of them. However, the big question is now, or lies in, how will Iran attack to the United States? How will they respond to the United States attack against Fordo? Will it be something big, or will it be something small? Chances are Iran would potentially do something symbolic, not necessarily something that will break all of the tools and make it reach an all-out war. And clearly, judging by the initial response, Iran carried out an initial response against Israel, and they carried out a very intense attack on Israel, one of the most serious attacks, with a missile that they used for the first time today, the Khaybar Shikan. Uninterrupted, no sirens heard. Israel could not intercept anything. It landed and it did the damage. If we were to judge by this 20th operation coming from Iran during True Promise, in the 9th day of True Promise, if they will continue to do that, we would understand that Iran would still prioritize attacking Israel rather than escalate with the United States, because it doesn't look like Iran is interested in escalating with the United States. However, we clearly heard statements from them that they will be conducting a response that the United States needs to have. At the end of the day, the United States conducted an attack against Iran, whether they told them or not, whether it was effective or not. They had an attack against Iran, and they need to be punished for it, but not to a level where it will attract an all-out war. Because the United States knows the end game of it. There will be a participation both from Russia and from China, and the United States doesn't have the capacity. All they can do is more attacks with the Air Force, and again, with the heaviest bombs that they have, they're very limited on them, whether it's the GBU 57 or any other bunker buster bombs that the United States has. So very, very tense situation. It is a critical junction, indeed, like the IRGC chief said, and a lot of it would go down to how Iran would respond. Then what would the United States do, and what Israel would do? Netanyahu is already showing signs that he's willing to reach an agreement. Clearly, Benjamin Netanyahu understood very well that he cannot sustain this. He understands the risks of having a long-term war with Iran that will be a war of attrition. He knows very well that Israel would not be able to sustain itself, hold itself with such a long-term war, and Iran would have the upper hand. And the reports that are coming from Israel that if the supreme leader of Iran wants a ceasefire tomorrow, then we will go for it and we will give him a ceasefire. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you in this live stream. As usual, thank you so much again for tuning in, and I will hopefully see you soon in the next video. Peace, everyone. Salam.
We need to see that the terror continues. The Zionist imposters made a big mistake, and Trump is a fool. Constant right now, as we speak, right now. They have me 3 a.m. Get out their beds and run to the sewer system underground and hide out. What they talk about nuclear weapons? Boy, they can't do what I ran regular weapons. For the U.S. Now, The whole world know. If you go build whatever you want to build deep into your mountains, ain't shit the U.S. can do about it. That's a fact. It's no more. We don't want to hear nothing about you have to try. They're going to probably going to have to try to use nuclear weapons. They're going to find out the mountains that the Most High made, your weapons won't destroy them. What's wrong with you, man? Who you think you is? You can't get into them mountains. That's a fact. Now we want see for years everybody run to the mountains. Nowadays in 2025, you can head to the mountains and you'll be all right. U.S. they try to keep people away from mountains and stuff like that. Yeah, because they got facilities in the mountains. They knew that. They knew better.
Are joined by Brian Berletic, a former U.S. Marine and an international security expert with focus then primarily on Eurasia. So welcome back to the program.
Thank you so much for having me back.
So I think I probably belong to one of the people who had some initial optimism about Trump. That is, I thought he believed a bit like myself that in order to save the republic, he would have to scale back the empire and adjust to the realities, as he wasn't as consumed by the whole liberal delusion as everyone else. That is the need to have the US dominating in order for liberal democratic values to survive. However, what we've now seen, of course, over the past week is first Iran being in the middle of negotiations with the United States, and then Israel launching a surprise attack on Iran with, of course, the support of the United States. And then Trump announcing he will take 14 days to think what they will do, and then also striking Iran.
I mean, the level of deception and aggression is quite extreme. And again, you're one of the, I think, the main person who's been warning all along that no one should trust Trump, that this is, all, deception. And I guess, sadly, you've been correct on this. What do you make of this attack now today? I see Trump made a speech. He saved the world from an Iranian menace. He declared victory, a spectacular attack. The Iranian nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed. What do you make of the developments today?
First of all, I take no pleasure in having predicted this or being right. I think it takes courage and integrity for people to admit that they were deceived. It's not their fault. They hoped for very positive, I would say, necessary changes to be made, both for U.S. foreign policy and in terms of geopolitics in general. So I think it's very important for people to just look at what is actually happening now and move forward from what we see happening now. I still see the same people who were telling me specifically that the U.S. was never going to attack Iran. They're now twisting themselves into pretzels to explain why the U.S. has attacked Iran and how this is still some master plan proceeding towards peace, which it is not. This was all part of continuity of agenda. President Trump, during his first 4 years in office, helped shape the geopolitical battlefield for this very conflict. A lot of people are saying maybe this is like when President Trump murdered senior Iranian commander General Qasem Soleimani, and how they allowed Iran to strike at U.S. bases and everything cooled down. But what people seem to forget is the whole point of killing General Qasem Soleimani was to shape the geopolitical battlefield then for this very war we see escalating today. As you pointed out in your opening remark, this was a U.S.-enabled Israeli strike on Iran. Israel would be physically, literally incapable of carrying that out without complete and constant support from the United States. I think people severely underestimate how dependent Israel is on the United States for absolutely everything. All of their missile defense systems that are parrying the Iranian retaliations to continuous Israeli and now U.S. strikes, that was all co-developed with the United States and funded by U.S. Congress. That was not an Israeli achievement. That was something the U.S. gave Israel, along with all of these offensive options, which, by the way, were custom tailored for this war. They are not general use military weapons and munitions that they just so happen to have on hand. They were stockpiling these probably over the course of both the Biden and now Trump administration for this very attack. So it was premeditated, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but they wrote this plan down on a piece of paper, and it has been publicly available since the year 2009. The Brookings Institution's Which Path to Persia: Options for a New American Strategy Toward Iran. I have it right here. It is not a secret. It was not leaked. It was publicly available for 16 years, and they spelled it out explicitly. The U.S. would pursue diplomacy with Iran to serve as cover and to create plausible deniability for an Israeli attack. They literally have a whole chapter titled "Leave It to Bibi: Allowing or Encouraging an Israeli Military Strike," where they spell out how the U.S. would use diplomacy to distance itself from an attack they admit the U.S. would have to enable. And then they also have a whole chapter regarding U.S. airstrikes on Iran, and they have spoken about how that is not an option that would be used in and of itself. It would just be one of many options. The next step, according to this paper, is to either wait for or manufacture an Iranian provocation the U.S. can cite to widen the war even further. That's where we are right now.
Yeah, this paper is the right. I mean, they do spell everything out. It reminds me a bit about the Rand Corporation paper of 2019, where they spell out, how shall we break Russia, and they do, destabilize Belarus, go for a conflict, with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Let's, weaken Russia by instigating or intensifying destabilizing the conflict in Donbass. It's knock out Syria. I mean, one after the other, they outline what they want, and then everything is framed as strategic objectives. But then, as you say, once it's implemented, it's all covered in this liberal veil of, no, well, we just wanted to help people and liberal democracy, all of this. And it's the same now, but it does feel like we don't really stand on the strong narrative. Like we don't have the narrative in place as we did in the past. I mean, in Iraq, it was prepared well in advance, but this time around, I see the EU leaders, for example, they now, they're all saying the same thing. Well, Israel has a right to defend itself. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but it doesn't really mean much when you launch a surprise attack and against a country which isn't developing a nuclear weapon. So the narrative isn't here. I think this is going to have major implications because whitewashing this very barbaric power politics in the veil of liberal democracy, it tended to work in the past. I just don't see it working now.
It's a very good point. And this is something that I have also been trying to bring attention to, the fact that the US is out of time. They have this plan of reasserting American, what they call leadership, I would call primacy, hegemony over the planet. And we see the growing multipolar world taking shape. We can see China rising exponentially. We can see Russian and Chinese military capabilities closing that gap, reducing the superiority of American military power. And they are out of time. If they wait a year or 5 years or 10 years more to do this, they will not have any actual opportunity to do this and possibly succeed. They may not succeed now. They may succeed now because of how brazen this is and how many people seem to have been caught off guard again, despite the plan being written on a public piece of paper for 16 years. They're rushing through this because next year, 2 years from now, we watched Iran join BRICS. We watched rail lines be built between China and Iran, military partnerships beginning to form between Iran and Russia, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The world sees what the United States is doing, what it's trying to do to reassert power. They are reacting, and there is momentum to that, and the US is desperately trying to break it. And so whether the narrative is there or not, whether it's extremely risky or not, they feel as if it's better to attempt this now than later. We can see the way they designed this conflict. It is Israel in the line of fire. Everybody tells me that Israel is the master, America is the puppet, but the US used Israel to provoke this, take responsibility for it, and absorbed the brunt of the retaliation from it. And it is a replay of what the US has done to Russia through Ukraine. And at the same time they're doing this, they are rushing to create a similar dynamic in Asia Pacific against China. So I agree with you. I don't think the narrative is quite there. The unfortunate part is, again, human nature. Many other people who placed hope and trust in President Trump and his administration, they just don't want to admit that they were wrong, even though they did nothing wrong, but they refuse to admit that they are wrong. And they are, again, twisting themselves into pretzels to defend this and to kind of create space and time for the US to advance this yet another war of aggression.
How do you assess the actual outcome of the strikes? Because as I said, Trump immediately said, well, it was a great success. We obliterated everything. Again, all these 3 nuclear facilities. Now we hear out of Iran, they're saying that they had removed much, if not all of the material in preparation. And also that the bunker busters didn't actually reach its target in Fordo, which is the really well fortified deep underground. Do you have you any other information in terms of the success of the American attack?
No, not yet. And I think people should just wait, reserve judgment until more information comes out. Of course, both sides are going to say, yes, our attack was brilliant and successful. The other side is inclined to say it was not, even if it was. We have no idea of knowing. What I will say is, and again, I warned people that this was the case, having Israel carry out these strikes, one of the main reasons they did this, and one of the objectives was to shape the battlefield ahead of U.S. intervention. So we saw Israel attacking Iranian air defenses, revealing its ballistic missile capability. Maybe not all of it, but much more of it is now revealed, the capabilities. It gave the U.S. the ability to adjust its military posture in the region. We saw them moving assets back. It was so obvious they were going to attack. And as they were doing that, yes, it would make sense for Iran to begin moving anything of value out of that facility. I would not underestimate anything. The U.S. capabilities at this point is still an incredibly dangerous nation. It has an incredibly powerful military. Yes, we have talked about how overstretched it is in terms of military industrial production, but it still has immensely dangerous capability. So I would not underestimate that. And I would wait and see before we overestimate Iran's ability to weather this attack. We just simply, we don't know. We don't know at this point. It's too early to tell.
After attack, though, as he gave his victory speech, Trump, reminded me a bit about Bush hanging up the banner, mission accomplished. But then he went on to say that, well, now is the time for peace. Iran must return to negotiations. It's kind of astonishing that they were at the negotiation table when they were attacked. But what do you make of this? Is this the United States or Trump's ability to strike Iran and then warn it, do not dare to retaliate? Now you'll have a chance for peace if you, stand down and let us bomb you without consequences. Do you see this as being, to what extent could this be successful, or do you think it's, is this just a way of trying to make Iran look aggressive? Because I just can't imagine any scenario where Iran does not retaliate, even if it's against, overwhelmingly powerful United States.
Well, again, I mean, it's literally in the plan. The airstrikes are supposed to provoke any kind of response from Iran, and they even say in the paper, even if Iran doesn't attack us directly, we can take anything at all that they do, or even don't do, and assign it to Tehran and use it as a pretext to widen the war with Iran. So yes, clearly the U.S. never had any intention of coming to any sort of agreement with Iran. When we really think about it, had no right to bring this issue up with Iran in the first place. It is not the arbiter of nuclear programs in Iran or anywhere else on planet Earth except within America's own borders. The UN did not authorize this. The US has no right to involve itself in this. The whole reason for bringing this up as an issue in the first place was to create a pretext for another U.S. war of aggression, and ironically or unironically, involving weapons of mass destruction, a lie the U.S. literally told about the country next to Iran on the map. And as a matter of fact, they said the same thing about Syria. So, I mean, three nations that are very close to each other in the region, three lies, three wars of aggression. So I'm hoping many more Americans start to stop the pattern here.
Well, the Iranians said they moved their sensitive material out, but how about the Americans? Have they prepared for Iranian retaliation? I mean, how vulnerable are the Americans? They do have, I think, about 40,000 troops in the region. They sent in a lot of naval assets. In the age of hypersonic missiles, how vulnerable are they? I know this could be some speculation as well, given, we haven't seen this before. These are relatively new weapons, being employed in such a, massive war between two large powers such as the US and Iran. But how vulnerable do you assess the United States being when Iran comes for its retaliation?
Of course, if there are any U.S. assets in range, they would be open to Iranian retaliation. The U.S. did say that they were moving, and many sources online said the U.S. was moving assets out of range of Iranian missiles. They have assets in the region, but I think part of the U.S. strategy at this point, because they realize that many people do see this as the invasion of Iraq 2003 all over again, WMDs all over again. A U.S. ship struck and sunk, and hundreds of unprecedented loss of life for U.S. service members might be the provocation that they're looking for to justify the war, generate support for it, and help escalate it. I saw people online, I won't mention their names, first of all, blame Iran for precipitating this unprovoked attack by both Israel and the U.S. on it. And then they said, if Iran strikes back, as is its right under international law in self-defense, the U.S. having come on the other side of the planet to provoke this war, they would stand with U.S. troops. So it is a possibility, and it is something that obviously resonates with at least some people in America and probably across the rest of the Western world.
Well, I guess as soon as there's American casualties, there's a the rational instinct in human nature, it gives way to a very different instinct, which is that the group psychology, that is when you see your team taking losses, then everything is reduced to us and them. Do you support our team and their team? So it could have a huge impact when, yes, well, the past is the past. Which side do we stand on? Do we stand on the side of the mullahs or the liberal democratic world? I mean, you can see why many people are even critical now, would throw their weight behind Trump if the Iranian retaliates. But again, I'm not sure how they could not. So how do you see the escalation going from here, though? What are likely American targets, and how much damage can they do? Because there's a lot of similarities or parallels drawn to Iraq, but in Iraq, the United States had a massive land army which were brought in, but Iran is very difficult to reach. For all, it's built geographically like a fortress with the sea and the mountains. They're almost 4 times the territorial size of Iraq, twice the population, and also the United States doesn't have the troops there. So, and even some of the technical superiority they enjoyed over Iraq don't really have the same over Iran. So how much pain can the United States bring to Iran at this point, given that not just the US, but its NATO partners already shipped a lot of its weapons to fight Russia?
Yes, absolutely. So we're watching the conflict unfold right now. I heard, and I don't know if it's true, but the Western media is reporting that Iran is retaliating by striking Israel. And if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense from Iran's point of view. If they were to strike U.S. targets, it would do exactly what we both agree it would do. It would provoke this irrational reaction from the American public. There are people in the media, even unfortunately in the alternative media, that would fan that flame, and it would make Iran's problem even worse. So by attacking Israel, it forces Israel and also the United States to continue to expend air defense capabilities. This is a finite resource the U.S. has. It is incapable of manufacturing it faster than it is being expended. And these are capabilities the U.S. will need to either continue or even escalate conflict with Russia and Ukraine or anywhere else. It is also a capability the U.S. desperately needs in order to provoke any sort of conflict and have any chance of winning against China in the Asia-Pacific region. So they're raising the cost by retaliating against Israel, an extension of U.S. military power in the region anyway. And it avoids the I would say at this point, needless provocation of giving the Trump administration exactly what it's looking for, what the policy paper from 2009 is looking for, a pretext to hand to them to widen this war, as they have already planned. They've already moved their resource. They've, if you're looking at the U.S. military posture worldwide, since the Biden administration, they have been adjusting it ahead of this conflict that they always intended to wage against Iran.
But there is a dilemma there, though. I'm assuming that the Iranians are concerned about giving the United States a pretense and pulling the US deeper into this war. But surely the doing nothing, this would embolden the Iranians. I mean, in the war against Russia, we saw kind of the same thing. That is, NATO had this gradual escalation by doing more powerful weapons, long-range missiles, attacks into Russia. But then Russia always had the dilemma: either they strike back and they risk a major war with NATO, or they don't. But then NATO's emboldened, and now effectively we were allowed to attack Russian cities with impunity. So what is... I have a hard time imagining Iran being willing to weaken itself in this way. It would be too cautious, even more so now than before the proxy war in Ukraine, about allowing its deterrent to be weakened. So, what do you think? Would they limit themselves to Israel? Would they attack American ships? Would they go after American bases in the Gulf states, and maybe even bringing the Gulf states against them as well? Again, there's a lot of considerations. I was wondering what your thoughts were around what Iran might be considering.
Well, you rightly bring up the dilemma that Russia faces in the US proxy war against Russia and Ukraine. But look at how their strategy has actually played out. I think many people would say they have the advantage. Ukraine's military is being ground down. The collective West is incapable of replenishing Ukrainian losses. And if it continues along the path that it's on right now, eventually the Ukrainian military will collapse. And we're watching Russia taking more territory now than ever. And they're not even trying to take territory. They're just grinding the Ukrainians down and taking territory that they're leaving, they're disappearing off of. So if you take that and you apply it to Iran, maybe there's a similar thought process taking place. If you were, I cannot rule out that they will not attack US forces eventually, but I think they would want to make it clear the US is waging all-out war against them before they start doing that. It's a very similar strategy that they have used against Israel, who has repeatedly attacked Iran. Their response has been very measured and proportional, and I think they're going to continue to do that. We have to ask ourselves realistically, what kind of damage would Iranian missile strikes do on US installations across the region? They're already trying to strike Israeli military installations, and it's hard to say what effect that has had on diminishing the tempo of Israeli operations against Iran. We're still watching Israel carry out strikes inside Iran. So this is a huge problem, and we have to remember the U.S. is not Israel. It has a global spanning military presence, and it has huge amounts of resources beyond the reach of Iranian missiles. So this is what the Iranian leadership has to take into consideration. I know a lot of people emotionally, they want to see retribution because this is just blatant injustice. This is a blatant war of aggression on top of decades of wars of aggression. And for President Trump, I think at one point he said something like Iran is the regional bully. And I mean the audacity to say that when it has always been the United States. Everything that Iran is doing, and I've seen people who support the Trump administration, even now, saying, "Will the Iranians say death to America?" Are these people aware of what the U.S. has been doing in the region for decades and decades? Again, a region of the planet on the other side of the world where the U.S. is actually located on a map. So we just have to wait and see. I think Iran is still, unless they're extremely weak and desperate, I think they will lean more towards patience. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. They've had a lot of time to think about it. I don't know what their final conclusion will be.
How about the last issue I wanted to explore was the drawing in of external actors. You mentioned, obviously, I think this is important because I think both the Chinese and the Russians see this as not merely an attack on Iran, but it would also be an attack on the entire Eurasian integration model. So you mentioned the roads being built, the ports, the railroads. So the interconnectedness of the region. That if you can knock out Iran, that would weaken both the Russians and the Chinese. But to what extent do you think they could be pulled in? Or I'm assuming they're supplying weapons and intelligence. But again, an assumption. But do you see any possibilities of any more direct involvement?
This is a question that I get very often. The problem that both Russia and China have is, despite U.S. claims that they represent this global military threat, they don't actually have the ability to project significant military power anywhere beyond their immediate borders. Russia tried to in Syria, and because of the war being waged against them in Ukraine, they were overstretched and they were unable to commit to both fronts at the same time. They had to make a very difficult decision. And if they weren't able to hold up the Syrian government, I highly doubt that they have sufficient military power to intervene and make a big difference in this conflict against Iran. It would also be very dangerous because we're talking about 3 nuclear armed powers, if you assume it also has nuclear weapons, being involved in what is a much more direct conflict than the proxy war in Ukraine against Russia. And then China, of course. People have to remember, China has tens of thousands of U.S. troops all along their periphery in the Philippines, a growing footprint there, South Korea, Japan. There are also hundreds of U.S. troops inside China itself on the island province of Taiwan, recognized under international law and officially by the U.S. State Department as part of China. And so they have that to contend with. There are missiles pointed at them, American missiles pointed at them all along their coast, essentially. And beyond that, the U.S. is already waging a proxy war of sorts against China itself. The destabilization of Xinjiang, that was years ago. They've gotten on top of that. There is continuous terrorism in Baluchistan, Pakistan, where they are attacking and killing Chinese engineers. The Chinese, joint Chinese-Pakistani built infrastructure. They also even attempted to kill the Chinese ambassador to Pakistan. And of course, in Myanmar, which is also right on China's border, as is Pakistan, there is a US-backed proxy war taking place aimed at the central government there. The US-backed and armed terrorists in Myanmar have repeatedly attacked Chinese investments and also Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure. So they're already facing a huge threat. They have responded to these threats. They do not have the bandwidth to project military power into Iran. Whatever help they can give Iran, I would assume they've already been supplying it to them. They surely saw this coming, like others have seen it coming. So hopefully they've prepared. Obviously, it is a huge blow. If Iran were to be toppled, if regime change was successful and the U.S. created a failed state there, this would be a huge loss for multipolarism. It doesn't necessarily mean the end, but it would be a huge loss. And it's a reminder of how this is not a done deal. This is still a critical struggle, and it's not over yet.
One thing I'm curious about though is also Pakistan, because I spoke to Colonel McGregor, and he thinks it's a possibility that Iran could. That Pakistan could give an actual nuclear weapon to Iran if they were struck by a tactical nuclear weapon by the Israelis. But I don't know. Given that they've had their tensions and they're hardly allies, I'm a bit cautious to go with that assumption. But there's other things they might do. They can assist Iran with intercepting some missile attacks, drones. Do you see the possibility of Pakistan getting pulled into this? Indeed, they have used some strong language against Israel that is suggesting that they could retaliate directly with a nuclear weapon. So is this all talk, or it's very murky? This is all new territory.
Well, that's important to keep in mind. This is all new territory. So just because it's something that hasn't happened before or something we think wouldn't happen normally, there's always the possibility. However, I was just listening to President Erdogan in Turkey condemning Israel, which we know is all just empty rhetoric. He is part of the U.S.-led alliance that has been dismembering Iranian allies across the region, leaving Iran vulnerable and isolated ahead of this attack to begin with. So is that Pakistan pandering to its own population, following this conflict, needless conflict that they had with India? I mean, needless for both sides. I don't know. I mean, if they are providing material support, it's something you think the Western media would be complaining about and raising attention for and trying to put pressure on them to stop, just as was the case with nations providing support to Russia in America's other unprovoked proxy war in Ukraine against Russia. So I think that's something we have to wait and see. It's possible. I mean, Iran would benefit from additional ballistic missiles, or maybe components, or help manufacturing them, or doing certain things beyond their border to prevent the U.S. and Israel from striking and destroying these capabilities, maintaining their deterrence and helping raise the cost for the U.S. and its Israeli proxies in this war of aggression against Iran. I mean, you would think that they would be doing that, but we have to wait and see. A lot of people doubted that Iran was helping, and North Korea were helping Russia in America's proxy war against them in Ukraine, and it turned out that they were helping. So we just have to wait and see. I think it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Kofi, follow me.